Want to bet some apples? No. No, I don't want to bet some apples. Urianger is going to tell us it's Minfilia.
Urianger! God, it's good to see you.
Would that our meeting were under happier circumstances. I judged the voice sufficient cause for concern even before you sent word of its effect on our comrade.
You heard it too, then?
Aye. And all but certainly at the selfsame instant. Alas, pained as I was, I could make little sense of what few words did then reach mine ears.
It could be the Warrior of Darkness, who's with Minfilia, relaying her message to us. If you guys are going to insist that it was a male voice, even though it's 2022 and whatever, it could be the Warrior of Darkness warning us. On behalf of Minfilia.
Who do you think is responsible? Could this be the Ascians doing?
I don't think so. It was like a friendly warning. I think that it's, yeah. See, he agrees with me.
That I cannot say. Not when so little is known. Ere I indulge in speculation, I would examine Thancred with mine own eyes.
Seems like a warning, not a threat. It's like, guys, watch out. Calamity on its way. You guys have to stop it. That's not a threat.
To Alamigo, then, without further delay.
One other thing. During my visit to the Far East, I observed a strange phenomenon.
Thou referrest, I presume, to the localized reduction in etheric density.
Yes?
Well, that spares me the trouble of an explanation. Yes, I noted precisely that at two apparently unconnected locations. I take it the phenomenon is not limited to the Far East.
Indeed not. Of late, our agents charged with surveilling the beast tribes have spoken of little else. In every corner of the realm, they tell of places in which the ether hath grown thin.
The year doesn't determine male and female. Neither does the voice.
Naturally, my suspicions first turned to primal activity, but the areas thus affected betray no evidence of summoning. I must confess to being quite perplexed.
If the same phenomenon is being observed in multiple locations on opposite sides of the world, we may safely discount regional factors. Needless to say, this warrants further investigation.
True.
Indeed, I shall make it my task to. The voice.
Okay.
It calleth to me once more.
And Stola.
I hear it too.
And me.
Only you. Only you.
No! Ishtola! Urianger!
Throw wide the gates.
No! No, this can't be happening!
I'll say. Oh. Oh, shit.
Y'shtola! Urianger! Open your eyes! Open your eyes, I beg you! Say something. Anything. Not again. Please. Not again.
Well, if it is a friendly warning, it's a little bit unfortunate that it's disabled or debilitated those that it's told to, throw wide the gates and prevent the calamity. Where did we put them? Forgive me. That was an unseemly display. What? Freaking out about our friends going into a coma? It happened before your very eyes, milady. None here would have behaved any differently. We have borne the two of them to a private chamber. But tell me, is it true that Master Thancred languishes in a like state in Alamigo? I'm afraid so. Though given the circumstances, it would seem best to observe them together. I'll send word to Lise that he should be brought here. Take heart, milady. The world is full of scholars and knowledgeable folk of every persuasion. Someone out there is bound to know what ails our comrades and how it may be cured. Thus we will rouse them no matter what. Wow, now see, that's some copium. That we will, Hori. That we will. Some random witch doctor from Ralgar's Reach will come fix everything. First things first. Our comrades will have questions. May I ask that you explain the situation to them? I must attend to a private matter. Yep. I promised I'd visit someone in Limsa Lominsa. He's been waiting at the Maelstrom command for a while now. You know you should come along too. I think he'd be glad to see you. Okay. Things are falling apart a little bit. This is eerily reminiscent of ARR. We're losing our companions, this time to a coma instead of to a white screen of death. Uncertain of what to do, don't know where to look for them, don't know how to find them, we'll just wander on our merry way and continue doing whatever. Anor and Hori confirmed Scions. It is funny how we lose the smartest of all the Scions, and suddenly Hori's like, my time. We get some voice lines. As you've probably guessed, it's Gabu we've come to see. The private here will bring him out to us. Gabu, who you guys were so sure was tempered and would have to be cured with a bullet. Ever since the Maelstrom took him in, I've tried to visit as often as I can, and after what befell our friends, I was taken by the urge to visit again. It's difficult to explain. It's sad his parents were killed, but he's fine.
Here he is, my lady.
Gabu, it's been too long.
Dot dot. I know that feel. Robin knows exactly that feel, Gabu.
I'm afraid there's been no change. If he can see or hear us, he has given no sign.
I see. You're still fighting.
I'm proud of you. We promised that we would come and visit you together, didn't we? Alphino and I. I'm sorry that we haven't managed that yet. You know, with the three of us like this, does it not remind you of that night? Of the stars beyond count twinkling in the heavens? I was feeling pretty low back then. Powerless. But I knew that my brother was close by if I needed him, and that the others would be waiting for me back at the Rising Stones. Not like now.
Yeah. Last time it was you who had wandered off missing, and me and Alfie who picked up the
I've
pieces
seen
after
my
everyone
share
else
of
was
trouble since coming to
debilitated.
Eorzea.
Some nice symmetry here. At the end of ARR, we had lost everyone, and we worked together with Alfie to take care of everything. And now Alfie's off on his own, and we have to work together with Alice to take care
Been
of
reminded again and again of my limitations, of how little I can change about this world. And I've come to know the sorrow of parting all too well. But to have the people I hold dear struck down before my eyes, and be powerless to help them, that I cannot bear. No, I don't. You're right. It's pure arrogance to imagine I can solve everything by myself. You'd think I'd have learned that by now. Thank you. I don't know what I'd do without you.
That first option was a little bit cringy. Oh no, you've lost your brother and your best friends, but you still have me, it's fine.
Well, that's more than enough brooding for one day. Come on. We have friends to save.
It's true, though. There's a difference between you still have me, suggesting that it's not important that she's lost the others, versus I'm here and can help you, and we can bear this together. There's a difference, I think. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. Maybe I'm seeing too many implications. Let's return to the Rising Stones and take it from there. Yep. We got a lot to do. Thanks for agreeing to come. We all still love Gabu. Poor little kid. He had a traumatizing experience. So we need to rescue Alfie, figure out what's going on with our friends, institute the various strategic elements of the new alliance against the Empire's plan, including raising the wall and starting a rival faction within the Empire, and hopefully causing some more rebellion in its provinces. And deal with whatever's going on with Calamity. A lot of different stuff going on. Build the wall and make the Empire pay for it. No, we already made the Azim Steppes pay for it. We just went to a pristine, natural, beautiful landscape inhabited by native tribes and yoinked their resources to pay for our wall. We're good. Everything's fine. Normal historical solutions. I did some thinking on the way back, and I think Hori is right. We need to seek outside help. Ordinarily, we would turn to our own experts on such matters, but they're both among the stricken. I will begin by reaching out to the myriad guilds and research institutions here in Eorzea. Additionally, Grandfather and Nymphilia had a wealth of connections between them, and I mean to explore those avenues too. We'll find a way to save everyone. Mark my words. Colonialism at its finest? You say that like it's a bad word, but all we did was go take some resources that weren't being used and put them to good use. Literally min-maxing the world. Win-win. Much and more has happened in recent days, some of it for the good, some not so. But all around me, people continue their fight. From the shinobi who search for Alphano to the Alliance members who make ready to move against the Empire, they march on in the face of great adversity, bearing heavy burdens. Everyone is playing their part, and so must I. You have your own part to play, I know, and it's bigger than most, so I won't keep you. Just promise that you'll visit from time to time, and I promise I'll have good tidings to share with you when you do. That's a big promise. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, Xenos and his daddy. He got his hips back.
The Populares no longer present an obstacle. Now is the time to bring the Empire's might to bear. A word from your Radiance is all it takes. But one word, and the Imperial army will fall upon Alamigo as a pack of bloodthirsty wolves and tear that feeble nation apart. Have you no words for me? Despite the lengths I go to, an emissary playing the part of a fool. When first I took this face, I swore to use all of my knowledge, all of my power, to further the cause of the Empire. My deeds stand testament to my commitment. And with this adamant flesh at my disposal, I could destroy the Icon Slayer as easily as one might swat a fly. Why do you hesitate? Our enemy is resourceful. Though victory is certain now, it will not remain so indefinitely. Deliberate if you must, but be quick about it. We'll speak again when you have unburdened yourself of doubt. Until then, I take my leave, Father.
Meanwhile, the Emperor just doesn't say a word. If it's Chadley to leave after not elaborating, imagine how much more Chadley it is for the other guy to leave after you don't elaborate.
I should be the one to sigh.
What?
I played my part to perfection. I had earned my rest, and then, thanks to La Habrea's crowning act of idiocy, our favorite emissary sees fit to summon me back. Elidibus was ever a warrior. A most tiresome trait, would you not agree? What? Have you no words for me either? No matter. I've long grown weary of this mummery. Now, my dearest grandson, let me remind you of your place in the simplest of terms. You do not make judgments, you administer them. Swiftly and to the letter. Naught else is your concern. Elidibus may be an insufferable bore, but he is no fool. His choices as emissary seldom err. If aught threatens the balance twixt light and dark, it falls to you to remove it. Be it by your own hands or by your armies, you have ample means at your disposal. That is why this empire exists, why I built it. Oh dear, have I touched a nerve? You always were an easy one to read. I pity you, I do. As they say, ignorance is bliss. And I know how much happier you would be not knowing the things you know. The founding father was an Ascian, and he created the Empire solely for the purpose of sowing the seeds of chaos. Don't take it personally. I merely do my duty. To bring about a calamity requires no small amount of power, and there is no surer way to obtain such power than by collecting powerful pawns. To that end, I have labored long and hard, and I must say I am quite pleased with my handiwork. Paltry though it seems in comparison to Alag.
Bang.
You fiends are overfond of your own voices. Mark me, Ascian. Man is the master of his own destiny.
God, he's so cool. It's back.
Such a waste of time and energy, both yours and mine.
Bullets are cheap, and I'm sure it felt good.
Lest you forget you are Emperor now. If you wish to spout drivel about man's destiny, save it for the masses. It will serve to give them a sense of purpose, and you pliant pieces for the game. Oh, do stop sulking, boy. You of all people should understand. Ours is a struggle to restore both mankind and the world to their rightful state. Viewed thus, our goals are one and the same.
Okay. It's not over. Hey, you're out of the desert. What in the world? I see dead people. Dead. All dead. But no wounds or evidence of battle. They finally used it. What did they use? Tell me, Clint. The Empire developed an alchemical weapon in Girabania. A gas. Black Rose it was called, and to breathe it is to breathe your last. Chemical weapons. I thought the project abandoned, and its vile fruit destroyed, but naught else could have wrought such an atrocity. Ooh. What do they hope to gain with this butchery? Can't they see that a rule won through terror will not endure? How many more provinces must they lose? Nay, wait. This isn't the work of men but monsters. The Asians. It cannot be a coincidence that their trail led us here. Their objective was never to rule, but to sow strife and discord. Nod. Such a crime does indeed bear the mark of the bringers of chaos. Black Rose cannot be allowed to kill again. We must find the Asians and put an end to their plot. Nod. Oh shit. Synthesizer. Good lord. That was a dump of unexpected information. What do you think? I don't know what I think yet. That was a lot. Solus is an Asian. He founded the Empire, and then decreed that the Empire would combat primals. The Asians like to raise primals. I can't help but notice that that's another character that supposedly died in Stormblood that was not in fact dead. But this one doesn't bother me because it's an Asian. I had been wondering earlier if Xenos was an Asian. You guys remember when we were trying to figure out how Xenos was appearing after dying, and I was like, his body won't actually be there because I thought maybe he's an Asian. But he's not. Or he wasn't. But his great-grandfather was? Interesting. Guys, that was a lot. I'll have to think about it for a while.
I'm glad you've come, though I'm afraid there's little in the way of good news. After you left, we reached out to both the Alchemists Guild and Stillglade Fane and attempted all manner of treatments. But the results were always the same. Whatever the answer is, it's not alchemy or conjury. Why did it have to be Y'shtola and Urianger and not me? Out of all of us, they are the ones who could feasibly have solved this puzzle.
Yeah, we are all
And
thinking
Elfino's
that.
still missing. God, it's all going wrong. Where do we even start?
A grave situation indeed. Might I be of some assistance?
Hello, Kryl. We do need help.
Kryl! I did not think you well enough to travel.
When word reached me of the plight of our friends, I could not well stay away. As a fellow scion, not to mention your erstwhile mentor, this is one of those times you should feel free to call on me, regardless of my personal circumstances.
Yes, I should have thought of that. Thank you for coming, Kryl. We would welcome your insight.
And I should be happy to provide it. Now, what's this I hear about Alphino heading into Imperial territory? That boy always did have some funny ideas. Do you remember the speech he gave when he was accepted to the Studium?
My life's goal is naught less than the salvation of this star.
Hey, why are we making fun of an earnest young man? He's literally trying.
Well, that particular grand pronouncement has been a source of great embarrassment to him, as you know. But the fact of the matter is, he meant every word and has lived his life accordingly.
Yeah. So you should make fun of him for
Yes,
it.
he remains altruistic to a fault. But I'm worried he was too fixated on his goals to see the dangers, as has happened before.
You needn't be so concerned. Though his values remain the same, Alphino is not the blinkered boy he once was. Slowly but surely his eyes have been opened, thanks to a certain someone.
Not really. His eyes have been opened by painful experience more than by me.
A certain someone whom he'd be mortified to learn had heard about his little speech. Mum's the word, eh?
Of course, I would never tell him about you laughing
Right,
behind
I'd
his
better
back.
have a look at our patients. They're in the infirmary, I assume. I'll need absolute quiet, so it would be best if I did this alone. If you'll excuse me.
Pause. Hold.
All three are in fine physical health. At a glance, I would say they were merely sound asleep. Except for the fact that I couldn't sense the slightest trace of them in their bodies. It's as if their souls have taken leave of their physical forms.
Ah, yes. The Elder Seedseer made a similar observation.
I've read the report. When you heard this mysterious voice, you described feeling as if you were somewhere else, yes?
Yeah, kind of.
If we assume the ether which comprises your essence is being drawn to some other place, then it may be possible to follow the trail it leaves behind, just as we did in our search for Thancred.
I wasn't around for that, but I can't imagine it was easy.
Oh, it wasn't. But that's no reason not to try. I will have need of Master Matoya's crystal eye if I'm even to make the attempt. So I suggest we pay her a visit.
Back to Master Matoya. Get the crystal eye again, follow the etheric traces, retrieve our friends. Thank you very much for the 100 bits, Anonymous. I appreciate the support. Limited and Kojubi and Broken Monotone. Thank you for the subs. I appreciate the support, everyone. Glad you guys are enjoying the stream. This is some, I don't know, this is some heavy, very unclear stuff. Limit, thank you very much for the Prime sub. I appreciate the support. And Zeus as well. Thank you so much. Glad you guys are enjoying the stream. Thank you very, very much. You're a good and entertaining streamer. Thank you. Glad you guys are enjoying it. Oh my goodness, what's happening, my friends? The Bombard. Sonorous Silence, which is a beautiful name. Coral K, Evil Sneaky Duck. Thank you all very, very much. Welcome. I'm grateful. Oh man. Guys, I don't know. That was a huge amount of stuff to just like happen all at once. That was crazy. Throw wide the gates. I need to throw wide the gates because some voice is imploring me to do so. Warning of a calamity coming. The Empire is entirely an Asian machination this entire time. And they're planning a calamity. They said they're planning a calamity. Man, this is... It just brings back so many memories from earlier in the MSQ. We saw La Habrea unbelievably early in the MSQ. And we did have to fight La Habrea. Interestingly, wasn't that in the midst of an Imperial facility at the exact time? Damn, I think it was. Curlo, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Food Lord, thank you as well for the 5 gifted subs. And Garadova, thank you so much. Guys, I really appreciate the support. I'm grateful. More than I can say that you guys are enjoying this journey through the MSQ with me. I'm enjoying it a lot as well. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Perseo. This is what you get when you're a platinum member of the Uber Club. It's not La Habrea inside Xenos. Of course I know that. Not the kind of thing you should say. I'm a little sad I saw that message, but of course I know that. La Habrea is... Xenos is more than thoroughly hinting that he is possessed by the emissary, our good friend Elderbus. Hope you don't mind as back sounds as I also play. No, of course. Don't mind at all. A lot of you probably watch with me on another monitor while you're doing your work or your schoolwork or playing the game yourself. Just fly yourself. I would never fly by myself when I could fly with a friend. It's just so much more comfy to ride together. You've upgraded to first monitor. I'm glad, Foodlore. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Doing my daily roulettes. I haven't been doing any daily roulettes. It's not hinting. You're right. It's not hinting. It's implying. Anonymous, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Milady, thank you for the 500 bits. And True Zoracian, thank you for the gifted sub. Guys, I really appreciate the support. I'm grateful. I wouldn't be able to stream to you guys all day, every day, if you guys didn't pay for my weekly groceries while we did it. Thank you. I am blown away by the idea that the Empire this entire time has itself been just a front for Ashian machinations. I had never imagined that that would be true. Ashian's so upfront about helping people summon primals, and the Empire railing against the summoning of primals. You mentioned the elegance. I caught that. We already knew from an extraordinarily old dragon in prison in Azisla. I forget her name, but I believe she was consort to Bahamut before he was primaled. We already knew that the Ashians were behind Bahamut's being re-summoned as a primal. That was a thing from a long time ago. Alright guys, so we're gonna go speak with our good friend Matoya. I'd heard Master Matoya was something of a recluse, but this seems extreme. But I'll happily overlook her eccentricities if she agrees to help us. It is crazy how far away from anything Master Matoya lives. It's almost like they want me to have flying. The Matoya music! Pog.
Come to disturb my peace again, have you? I hide myself away in a cave, and still you people insist on pestering me with your problems.
We love her. But we've got big problems.
Oh, I mistook you for young what's-his-name, but I see now you're the sister. Weren't you supposed to be the lively one? I've seen happier faces at a rain-sodden burial.
You're the sister, not what's-his-name.
Well, I'm sorry to dash your expectations, but the situation isn't exactly conducive to gaiety.
Ha! That's more like it. Stoller used to spit and hiss like a wildcat too. Better for a young thing like you to be filled with fire and leave the doom and gloom to your elders. Now, what exactly does this tragic situation of yours have to do with me?
Well, speaking of Stoller...
If I may, Master Matoya, we have need of your crystal eye once more.
Your favorite pupil is in danger.
And Stoller is one of the afflicted, is she?
And suddenly you're not quite so cheerful either, are you?
Very well. She may be an ungrateful stray, but she's my ungrateful stray, and I'll not see her buried before I am.
Amen, sister. We get the whole treat of her slowly hobbling around. Fetch book, come back. All we need is for her to have a walker.
Right. Let us see what we can see. I'll begin from where our friends first fell, and cast my senses out from there.
Not a happy face.
What is it? Did you find them?
This doesn't make sense. How is it even possible?
How is what possible? Kryl, what did you see?
The threads, they just ended. And no, I didn't lose track of them. I followed them as far as they went. It's as if they were cut off.
Could their ether have dissipated? If it had, oh gods! Their bodies are just husks. It's like the broodmother's daughter all over again.
No, this is different. The Kalyana girl was already dead, body and soul, when Lakshmi effected her resurrection.
Aye, let's not jump to conclusions. If their physical forms yet breathe and show no signs of wasting, then it follows that their souls must still be intact somewhere.
But where?
That's the question, isn't it, girl? Death has not taken them to the ethereal sea, yet there are no tracks left for us to follow.
Pause, champ.
We're no closer to an answer than when we started. But knowing their souls are still out there is progress of a sort. We just have to keep looking.
Is it?
Pray.
Moshi
Excuse me a
moshi.
moment. Yes? I remember, but... What, to Alamigo? We're on our way. That was Lise. Apparently, a group of Populares have defected to Alamigo, and Maxima, the envoy Alphino left with, is one of them. I'm sorry. I realize we've barely begun here, but...
But your brother.
Go,
Besides-
child, go! You've made up your mind, and life's too short for dithering.
It's not like we can help either. Maybe Kryl and Matoya can come up with an answer while we work on Alfie.
I'll do some digging in the meantime and see if there isn't some other method we could use to continue the search.
Yep. Smart.
let's be off then.
Oh, not again. The enchantment barely seems to take these days. I chalk it up to old age, but I rather doubt it's that simple.
Hmm? What's happening with our broom?
Before they took ill, Y'shtola and Urianger were sharing notes on a thinning of the ether. It seems to be happening all over.
Does it now? And here I was, all set to blame my woes on that creaking mountain of refuse clogging up the Thaliac. I fear something has gone awry. Still, there's naught to be gained from starting in shadows. You can only do what can be done, and that but one thing at a time.
Magic draining out of the world. Man, stuff is happening fast, guys. It's hard for me to keep up. I thought I had a grasp of all of our problems. Retrieve Alfie, save our friends, figure out the calamity. Fight the Empire. But now the Empire is Asians. And magic is draining from the world. I saw Cecilies, thank you very much for the sub. I appreciate the support. And AC Shalik, thank you as well. Thank you very much, guys. I'm glad you guys enjoying the stream. So that was the woman who tamed Y'shtola. I had the distinct feeling of being grabbed by the scruff of the neck and having the nonsense shaken out of me. When Alphino is back, I'd like to visit again and ask her what tales she has of grandfather. Old age catching up. Yeah, it is a non-stop roller coaster. There's a lot happening in all these cutscenes. This is good. I like it this way. No more filler. I'm still like semi-stun locked by the Imperial Palace cutscene. I had no idea that Grandpa was an Ascian, that Grandpa's still alive, that the Empire was founded as an Ascian tool. I'm full stun locked. You're supposed to have 4 months to process. I know, I feel like I need it. I need to go for a walk. I need to think about this. It changes everything. And yet it's like it almost makes sense. I just keep replaying the fight with La Brea back and over in my head, and I'm like, wow, I guess why didn't it occur to me that they were but it never did. And yeah, Solace claimed that the Empire would fight summoning, and that's why they had to conquer everything, but in reality, what does the Empire's incursions upon neighboring lands do other than place them under threat and react the exact same ways we saw every other clan and tribe react, being under threat by a superior power and summon primals? Man, I almost can't bear to hear what Maxima has to tell us. But it can't be bad news, can it? Lise would have said. Unless... There's no point in speculating. Lise said she notified the guards of our coming, so we should head straight to the palace gate in the Alamegan Quarter. I'll be praying for good news. Learn what you can about Alphino's plight and leave the search for our friends' lost souls to me. That should be good news. He'll tell us that their ship went down, that Alphino's alive, that they fought the Imperial Guard. And it can only be to the good. I mean, it's actually, no, it's kind of bad. If the Populares are fleeing and seeking asylum in Eorzea, it means that they have failed. It means that they fear for the safety of their... fear for the safety of even expressing their opinions in the Empire. The idea of withstanding this urge for conquest has fully failed and is being driven out, and the Empire has no chance of being reformed from within. That's kind of bad news. Thus, of course, Maxima's cooperation with us and implementation of the treaty after his master had died was a backup false flag intended to make us trust him, and now he's a Trojan horse. Oh no! It's impossible to trust after Adeleji, guys. It's just impossible to trust. Yeah, I don't like emote only. If I'm worried about spoilers, I'll look away. And for the most part, you guys are really good about not spoiling. Just be good, my friends. Just be good. Yeah, just if you see a spoiler, gamble it away, and the mods can ban those guys for a minute or two. You trusted Adeleji? I did trust Adeleji! Of course I trusted Adeleji! The Doman refugees arrived on our shores, and every single city-state said, "Not in my backyard," and Adeleji spoke up and said, "It is our duty to give aid and succor to these poor souls fleeing the oppression of the Empire." And he said it while Lolorita was like, "Not our problem. I don't want to spend money on them." Of course I liked him. I was like, this is the one redeeming Lala in the entire world. He makes me feel good about Lalas in general, and they're not all evil bastards. And how fucking naive I was. And it wasn't like I only was betrayed by Adeleji. It was also Ilberd. I would sooner cut off my hand than betray a friend, he says, right before he cuts off his friend's arm. And it wasn't just Adelegi, and it wasn't just Ilbert, it was also Yu Hase. The whole world betrayed me at once. And you guys wonder why I look at Autoirel with suspicion? Why I wonder if this isn't a Trojan horse operation after falsely inducing trust in us for Maxima? Yoshi P did this to me. I am damaged. I'm hurt. How much do you know? Okay. I know, yes, it's true. I'm doing DSR progression. It's true. I've leveled through Endwalker, and it's true I did Eden and leveled through whatever the next expansion is called. I forget. But I don't know anything from the story. I skipped every single thing. I spam clicked escape as fast as I could, and I spam clicked skip as fast as I could, and I didn't read a single quest. I don't know anything. No spoilers. I know nothing. Literally nothing. The only thing I remember from both of those expansions combined, by the way, the only thing I remember is at one point I had to look back at my monitor away from my Netflix show because I was supposed to go back and forth, clicking between two guys, spamming skip, and I couldn't find my way across some stupid gigantic canyon on the fucking moon. And it took me like 30 minutes or something to find the guy and click escape. That's all I remember. That's the whole thing. From both expansions. So no spoilers. Reading sounds. The commander told me to expect you. Shall I show you in? Yes. It's time to go in and see what Maxima has to say. Were you playing with your eyes closed? I was skipping everything while watching Netflix on the other monitor. Paying attention to nothing. Not trying to remember anything. Paying zero attention to the story. This is the same way that you can...
I'm sorry to drag you halfway across the realm, but when Maxima mentioned Alphino, I thought you'd want to hear the news in person.
Yes.
Ah, we meet again. Though I was hoping our reunion would be under more auspicious circumstances.
I'm
What
surprised
happened
you're
to my
here.
brother?
Whoa.
Where is Alphino?
Alice.
Never fear, my lady. Your brother was in fine health when I took my leave of him, and I have no reason to assume that has changed.
It's impressive to be that committed to ignoring the story. I don't think you understand how I play MMOs. I know the exact same amount Endwalker and Shadowbringers as I do about Shadowlands or BFA. It's the same. I treated it the same. I skipped every quest. I didn't read a word. I didn't pay any attention to any dialogue, and I instantly canceled out of every cinematic. How would I know anything? I paid attention to nothing. Alphino is fine.
You assume?
Is it fun? No, it is the most efficient and quickest way to get past the part that I don't enjoy, to get to the part that I do enjoy. If you had asked me 2 months ago, are you ever going to play the Final Fantasy story? I would have said, no, of course not. MMO storytelling sucks. I'm not interested in the genre as a method of conveying stories. I play MMOs in order to do the most difficult content at the end game I possibly can, slay bosses with my friends, because MMO PvE is extraordinarily engaging and entertaining puzzle solving. That's what I would have said, and I meant it. That's how I play WoW, and that's how I played Final Fantasy until a few weeks ago. The leveling is the bad part they make you go through to get to the good part.
If you will allow me, I shall endeavor to explain events. Our troubles began not long after we departed Doma. While crossing the burn, we were fired upon by the Emperor's personal guard and forced to make an emergency landing. As we stumbled from the wreckage, our attackers fell upon us again, and we would have perished there and then were it not for the intercession of a third party, a band of mercenaries whose leader claimed to pursue a vendetta against the Ascians.
What changed? DSR was really intriguing to me. As we started getting further and further into DSR and having this, like, very clearly almost poetic structure to the fight, I was like, wow, that's a really cool way of telling a story. Because it seemed to me in my head that we were seeing an Act 1 of this is what happened. Scene 1, Thordance. Scene 2, Nidhogg. Scene 3, Eyes. And in my head, the Act 2 is then save Harshfont, what changes? Act 2, Scene 1, Act 2, Scene 2. And it was such a novel and interesting and poetic way of telling a story. I was like, if they do this in an encounter, then maybe it would be worth seeing what their storytelling is like when they're not constrained by the necessity of having mechanics and combat. That plus many people in my chat telling me Final Fantasy is different, you should try it, etc, 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 blah blah blah. So I tried it. And it was good. I was hooked by DSR's story. I was intrigued by the idea of structuring an MMO PvE epic combat event as what I took to be a Shakespearean play. I was like, that's really cool. You regret it? Oh, enormously. If I hadn't been hooked, imagine the things I could have done. Man, just, of course I have to regret it. So far in June, since June the 1st, and it's currently June the 18th, I have streamed 202 hours. And if it weren't for DSR having hooked me into this story and forcing me to play through it, that's 202 hours that I could have spent doing Mythic Plus. Or Torghast. Imagine the number of currencies I could have accumulated. Legendaries I could have crafted. Splits I could have done. This has been... I don't know, I don't believe that I have ever streamed as much as I have in the past 18 days. I don't think it's ever happened before. I don't think that I've ever played one game this many hours a day for this many days in a row, except in World First Races. And I spend months doing Torghast and the Maw and Mythic Plus and Splits, all for a chance to do World First Progression. Imagine all of the things I do because of the payoff of World First Progression. And now this, for which I have done no splits, no Torghast, no Maw, no alts, and no Mythic Plus, is at least equivalently entertaining and has grabbed an equal amount of my time. Take that as a testament. Take that as my testament to whether this was worthwhile. You're entertaining. You guys are entertaining. I would be doing this the exact same amount of time every day in the exact same way if I got banned from Twitch tomorrow, right? Because of what happened earlier today with Sadhu. I wouldn't stop. I would still be playing. I'd be playing just as much every single day, experiencing the entire story, because I love it. But at the same time, being able to talk to you guys about what I'm experiencing and thinking and feeling, and laughing with you guys when Lisa's funny or something hilarious happens, or crying with you guys when Ysayle dies or Lord Edmund is mourning his dead son, has enriched the experience. It truly has enriched the experience. Having you guys to do the dungeons with and do the raids with has made it a very fun journey. So here we are. Hardcore world first in World of Warcraft, world 500th in Final Fantasy Raider. Playing the MSQ. I don't even know what started this. Someone asked why. Someone asked, is it worth it? It's worth it. It's so good. All right, my friends. Thank you so much for all of the support. Oh my goodness, Mizuri, thank you for the sub. Azur Icon, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. My extraordinarily generous friend. I really appreciate it, my friends. We're going back to the story right now. The stunlock is over. The stalling is over. I apologize deeply, friends. I apologize deeply to the chat. I know that I have been earning diligently this reputation as not being excessively stalling, and that this muling that we have just engaged in, this disgraceful muling, needs to stop so that we can continue the MSQ.
This shadow hunter, as he styled himself, then escorted us out of the wastes to relative safety. Upon arriving back in civilization, I gathered my Populares colleagues and prepared to flee the Empire. Master Alphino, however, declined the invitation to join us, preferring to continue his investigation into the Ascian threat.
Well,
She's happy? Yeah,
at
she's
least
happy.
he's not lying in a heap in the burn.
Yeah, this is good news. You've learned that he's safe and well and accompanied by people who are willing to protect him.
Tell us more about these Ascian hunters. Who are they? And is Alphino still with them?
He is. As to who they are, I'm afraid I have nothing to tell you. Beyond the fact that they root out and destroy Ascians, they were unwilling to divulge anything which might serve to identify them. They would not even reveal their next destination. But Master Alphino asked to accompany them all the same.
They have a lot of Ascian
Since
masks.
parting company with your brother, we've been engaged in a game of cat and mouse with the Emperor's Guard. We made our way through province after province, finding the army busy restoring order wherever we went, until we finally arrived here in Alamigo. I cannot thank Commander Aldin enough for giving us such an unexpectedly warm welcome.
We welcome refugees.
I'm not inclined to turn away refugees, no matter which land they call home. And if they can tell me how things lie in Garlemald, all the better.
I'm glad Raban's not shackled in Ul'dah anymore.
On that subject, there is much I would tell you. During the course of our journey, we heard tales that an entire rebel army had been slaughtered in the space of a single night.
Oh.
It would seem my former comrades grew tired of putting down uprisings in the conventional manner, and chose instead to bring a formidable new weapon to bear. Details were sparse, but the rumor alone was enough to dampen the flames of rebellion.
Yeah. So he has more details about Alfie Saw.
I have also heard reports that several companies have withdrawn from their designated provinces and begun marching westward. It is my assessment that the Empire's forces are mobilizing for a large-scale military engagement.
Westward? You mean they're getting ready to invade Alamigo?
We knew this was coming. but not that it would be so soon.
We've barely even begun to shore up our defenses. They won't stop an invading army.
No, they won't. Dispatch messengers to the Alliance leadership requesting reinforcements, and send word to our officers in the field to hasten completion of those border fortifications. Prepare to meet the Imperials head on! No matter how quickly we act, we still want for time. When the enemy comes into view, our best recourse will be to open negotiations with their commander, and see that the ensuing proceedings take as long as possible.
Would you and Alisaie head to Doma and let Lord Hien know about this? I'm sure he'll want to hear about Alphino too.
Consider it done. We'll send word when...
Oh shit.
Untold sorrow must be changed. Ahead looms a calamity. Eon become instant. Throw wide the gates.
You keep saying that and then disabling people who could do whatever that means. Oh good, I thought we were about to lose Alisaie.
You heard it too. Well, at least we're both still standing.
Oh, thank the gods. I thought we'd lost you for a moment there. Why does this keep happening?
I wish I knew. Nothing we've tried has brought us any closer to an answer. We'll keep working on it. But first, we need to go and see Lord Hien.
Do we? I'm not entirely sure that that is the highest priority right now. Alphino is safe, for the present at least. Now all we need to worry about is a full-scale Imperial invasion. I'm glad at least tasked us with visiting Lord Hien. Better to be dashing from place to place than sitting around stewing over things we can't change. To the Enclave. They asked you to do that? I know they asked me to do that. I'm saying I disagree that it's the most urgent thing to do. I'm allowed to disagree with them. I know that I do have to do that in the game. I'm not arguing that, yes, in fact, the next step on the MSQ is to go speak with Lord Hien. I'm not arguing with that. I'm saying maybe that's not the best use of our time. Garlean invasion too easy? Or, I don't know, maybe not the highest priority. And if the Garlean invasion is the highest priority, maybe me heading out to take a look at what's happening with the Garlean army would be a better use. We could send Alisaie to do the diplomacy with Lord Hien while I went and did some stabbings. After all, it's not like I'm actually going to say anything in this meeting. Greetings, my friends. I was just discussing future endeavors with the members of our newly formed alliance. We need a cool name for the alliance. The Kojin and the Confederacy you already know, and it was your own strength of arms that won us the cooperation of the steppe tribes. We've also been joined by our neighbors from Naksha and the indomitable citizens of Dalmasca, though the scattered nature of the latter's resistance will somewhat delay their official induction. These proud peoples have united under a single purpose: to stand against the tyranny of the Garlean Empire. Amen. Freedom for all. I'm glad to see your alliance is coming together so swiftly. As things stand, I fear we shall soon have need of your strength. But it's going to be hard to convince them, maybe, the entirety of this new alliance of the East to come fight in Eorzea when they have the Empire also staring at them. Dalmasca, for example, has its own troubles. I thank you for bringing me news of Alphino. His fate is never far from my thoughts, and not only because he is our emissary. As for this sudden deployment of Imperial forces, I agree that Alamigo would be wise to shore up its borders with all haste. But every report we receive from our shinobi indicates a massing of troops in the western provinces. It seems all but certain that the Empire is poised to bring its fist down upon Eorzea. And I would help deflect that blow, but I cannot risk sending reinforcements just yet. We will remain vulnerable to airborne assault until our wall in the burn is in place. Yes. I understand. The all-important Allagan energy barrier. We must erect the sky wall to protect our flank. The energy barrier, yes. I thought to call it something more auspicious. A name drawn from the four lords of legend, perhaps. Sierryu's Aegis or something. Well, just a thought. The Ironworks engineers report that they have finished calibrating the generators and are ready to proceed to the testing stage. Have you time to attend the first test? You've seen the field which protected Azisla firsthand, and I would be interested to hear how you think ours compares. Nod. I'll come too if you don't mind, though I'm no Y'shtola, I may be able to offer some insight. Of course, timing of the essence, it would be best if we made directly for the burn. Yugiri, I leave you and Hakuro to bring the War Council to a close. Understood. Your mounts are saddled and ready, my lord. Wear the storm. First you defeated an empire, then you build a wall, you love America. You're leaving out some steps. First we defeated an empire, and then we secured our entire continent, per Manifest Destiny. Then we began a series of proxy wars and regime change in provinces across a foreign continent. And then we started building a wall to secure our borders. This is 9th grade history for me. Thank you so much for the support, Rabid C. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. Thank you for this sub, and True Novice. Thank you very much for the sub as well. Not your borders, but your allies? Listen, it's only a matter of time. Our borders soon, yoink. Doma could totally be Hawaii or something. We will cross the burn by Yol and Falcon as before. Join me at the overlook near the House of the Fierce. House of the Fierce is such a cool name. Time to erect our wall. Are you doing New Game Plus? No, this is a new character. I started New Game Plus for like 1 minute, but the first thing it did was skip a cinematic according to my chat, and as I later saw, so I canceled it and made a new character. And I'm super glad I did, because it's super, I don't know, it's really immersive, and I really identify with Robin on this journey in a way that I don't think I would have if it was the same character. Plus, Robin's prettier. And I'm having way more fun pushing Dragoon buttons instead of Malefic for the past 200 hours. Give the word when you're ready to take wings. I'm ready. We go into the burn. Most people get detached to their characters. I think that's probably likely. But I don't know that I could have done it with Jeeth Jesse, the Malefic Spammer. I think I'd hate it.
It seems the engineers have matters well in hand. Should the barrier work as we intend, Doma will be free to reinforce her allies in Alamigo without fear of weakening her own borders. Honored friends, the time has come to put your hard work to the test. Start the generator.
Construct the wall. Raise the barrier. Secure the border.
Node 1 is operational. Nodes 2 to 8 are reporting similar energy levels. The barrier is forming.
So
1,000
beautiful.
yards. 2,000. 3,000. Expansion remains smooth. No fluctuations detected. $4,000. 5,000. Target altitude reached. The barrier is holding steady at 5,000 yards. We've done it.
Now that is a great, great wall over which no migrants will be able to climb. They'll never get through it, not even with the rope.
Is that an Imperial airship? Of all the rotten timing.
But this is a gift, Mistress Alize. They can test our new wall for us.
Bonk. Oh no, think of the disruptions to the local bird populations.
Seems solid enough, though I was hoping for a fireball.
Oh, that is not lucky. Imagine that the first thing that happens with the wall is that our friends bounce off of it. Oh, man.
What are you? Let me go! He has my brother!
Lower the barrier!
We just built the damn thing.
Be at ease, girl. The lad is not dead,
Oh,
merely locked
no.
in slumber.
He's the same as the others now. The symmetry is complete. Just as after ARR was Alfie and I against the world, now it's Alice and I against the world.
No, not him too.
We could identify no cause and found no remedy. Thus I sought to return him to Doma, and into the arms of Lord Hien himself, it would seem. It is a day for fated reunions.
Reunions?
Would you not agree, adventurer? Or should I address you as the Warrior of Light?
I don't know why I'm saying either of these things.
Aye. Gaius van Baelsar.
No!
The Black Wolf. That was the title I was given. One I have long since relinquished.
That fucker. Gaius van Baelsar. Who got 2 sets of dying lines as we defeated him way back when in the Imperial facility. And then we barely made it out of the gigantic explosion. You guys are over there all laughing at me. I swear. Don't see anything wrong with this one? Yeah, okay. Alright. Yeah. Did you have any inkling about the Shadowhunter? No. Why would I? I had never seen him before. Why on earth would I assume it was someone that was dead? We were laughing when you saw Xenos and you said, who's next, Gaius? Oh my god. Oh, that happened. I remember. I remember. And I only bring up Gaius as an example because he's like the most implausible person you could possibly resurrect as a bad guy in this game. That was the hardest I've laughed through your whole MSQ. Fuck. We didn't see his body. I perforated his body. I personally stabbed him to death. What do you mean I didn't see his body? And then he was like, I'm dying. These are my final words. And then he was in an explosion that we barely got out of. Didn't stab him in a cutscene, so it doesn't count. That's true. I did not stab him in a cutscene. That is correct. 5 shots, yeah. Also true. The bad thing is I've got no other analogy, right? When I was all mad about Xenos coming back alive, and I'm like, what else are they gonna do? Bring back Gaius? This is it. That's it. There's no more bad guys. I can't be like, what's next? They're gonna bring back. Is this the clip? Oh my god, I'm gonna watch it. This is so dumb. Maybe you want to bring back Gaius as well. Fuck. I don't even know what to say. I'm in shambles. I'm in shambles.
Stand down. The legatus of the 14th Imperial Legion died in Castrum Meridianum. I am no more than Gaius Balsar, a man without rank or allegiance.
I liked it better when you were Clint.
Impossible! There's no way you could have survived!
Do you remember how it unfolded? How I was deceived by La Habrea? How I was convinced that reviving the Ultima weapon would allow me to bring peace to Eorzea?
Mm-hmm.
The Ascian used me, as he used so many others, all to further the restoration of his wretched god. Yet even with the might of Alec at my command, you bested me. And as the Praetorium went up in flames, I was content to burn along with it. For a moment, at least. A moment of folly. To surrender my life thus would have been to betray all who died for my cause. It was for them that I dragged myself free of the rubble, and swore vengeance on the Ascians. The Black Wolf has shed his pelt, never to return to Garlemald or her legions. I live now only to exact revenge. My principal quarry was to be La Habrea, whom I gather you have since ushered onto oblivion.
That is true.
But so many more remain. Long as their kind lurked in the shadows, laboring to sow chaos throughout our world, I would see each and every one dragged into the light and put to the sword. Are the Scions not of like mind?
In this single respect, perhaps.
Then I shall continue the partnership the boy began, and share what intelligence I have acquired. Among the Ascians, the Black-Masked Ilk are subordinate to those who wear red. This you already know. Yet among the Red there exists a hierarchy. Those set adrift with the shards clearly stand below those still joined to the source. Nabriales, who once dared to intrude upon the Rising Stones, belonged to the former group, and while he was indeed a dangerous foe, his powers were inconsequential next to the paragons of the Source. The first was Lahabrea, who plagues us no more. There is also the white-robed Elidibus, and the elusive Emmet Selk, about whom little is known.
I'm not sure I've ever heard of Emmet Selk before.
We have
Might be a
files on
new
La
one.
Habrea and Elidibus, but I believe this Emmet Selk is new to us?
Yep.
As I assume my brother told you, we have evidence to suggest that an Ascian now walks in the body of the Crown Prince. Have you identified this interloper?
Elidibus seems the most likely culprit.
Mm-hmm.
As emissary, it is his role to maintain the equilibrium between darkness and light. Your many deeds in Hydaelyn's name have upset the balance, and I believe he seeks to restore it by throwing his considerable power behind the Empire. As a leader of the Ascians, he is one of our primary targets. It was on the trail of this very prey that the boy and I came across the scene of a failed uprising. In the absence of a single Garlean casualty, we inspected the bodies of the rebels, and the lack of any external injury drew my immediate attention. They had been slain by Black Rose, an alchemical invention of the Imperial Army. When I yet served as legatus, I ordered its production halted, and all stockpiles destroyed.
Good
Toxic
guy.
gas is not a tool of conquest, but of extermination.
Uh-huh.
Toxic gas? This must be the new weapon Maxima warned us about. Something deadly enough to sweep away all resistance in a matter of hours. Gods. You don't think they're planning to use this in Alamigo, do you?
Put your fears to rest. We infiltrated the production facility and destroyed all existing stores of the chemical along with the plant itself. Even should they rebuild the operation, they will not soon manufacture another batch.
Momentous events.
Regardless, I would draw your attention to a directive we discovered in the plant's records. The document was marked with a recent date and authorized with the signature of one Zeno Ciegalvus.
And what did it say?
A dead man signing the death warrant for thousands. 'Tis bad comedy.
Yeah, Negria, that's pretty cool.
But the tale does not end there. Within that same facility was a chamber filled with devices of elegant design. Cloning technology, we realized.
They're off doing important things that we didn't even know about.
And what should we find in each and every
What?
incubator? But a young Emperor Solus.
I guess if you're an Ashen... Nope, I don't get it.
All of which prompts the question, were the Ascians responsible for these abominations, or was it the will of the Emperor?
Do you think he just has them, like, stored behind the throne, in the closets, just in case his angry, mad grandson shoots him? I'll just pop over into another one.
I must know which hand guides the Empire. Though I have given up my rank, I am yet a son of Garlemald, and I will fight for the future of my homeland.
About that.
It is time I return to the hunting of shadows. We should focus on our common foe. To reopen old quarrels now would serve no purpose.
You saved my brother's life, so I'm willing to let sleeping dogs lie. But in truth, it's not my decision to make.
Would I prefer to acquiesce in cooperating with Clint Van Gaius Van Belsar, or would I instead rather acquiesce in cooperating with Clint Van Gaius Van Belsar?
There was a time when I scorned those who placed their faith in false gods, even as I, in my blinkered conviction, place mine in Ascian promises. Unlike yours, my strength of will and my restraint was found wanting. We shall meet again, warrior of light.
He's such a good guy. It's been a while since he last
So that
threatened
was the
the
infamous
genocidal
Black Wolf,
extermination of
an
Eorzean
unexpected
city-states.
ally, to say the least.
It's good that he scorns the use of Black Rose and chemical weapons of extermination instead of conquest after recently having sent an ultimatum to the Eorzean city-states saying that if you don't yield, I'll destroy all of you. Conquest, not genocide? No, he sent a letter saying genocide. That is so funny. That is so funny. Evenly split, I'd say, between it was a joke, it was implied, and he didn't say it. Oh. I'm actually tempted to go to the tapes. Where are my VODs? Guys, when you remember the great stalling of June 18th, 2022, you'll know it wasn't my wish. The game did this to me. How far back do my VODs go? Alright. There's one that says finishing ARR. Was that the patches or was that... Oh man, there's Minfilia again. Oh, that's Good King Mogglmog. Good King Mog. Okay, I need to go further back. Who's this? Nero. I'm fighting Nero. Aha! And here we have the ultimate weapon. Oh shit, hold on. Muted! I was trying to mute it so I could watch the VOD. I'm content to leave the fine-tuning of the barrier to cleverer minds. Bid our friends back from the Ironworks farewell and see what can be done for Alphino back in Doma. Let me finish this cutscene so I don't, like, lose anything while I go back in time. I guess we might as well store Alfie with the rest of the people in comas. Alright. I think we're good. Gaius, you will not be walking away this time. Oh, did you hear that? Oh my god. Oh my god. Let me put this on stream. Oh, I can't because I have to, like, this channel's indicated is intended for mature audiences. Sec, let's see if I can do this. How do I get rid of that in the middle of an OBS? Hit the button? I can't. That button's not on my browser. It's only on OBS. I can't click it. Can I interact with it and then click it? I can. Nice. This guy's a bit of a philosopher. A little bit of a Marcus Aurelius, is he? Hold on. It's like playing in OBS now. This is so weird. Hold on. This isn't working. Find a different way. Let's add the browser. Chrome? Can I do that? Hey guys, that's Twitch chat in Twitch chat from long ago. You guys are looking at the older version of yourself. Okay, so I think this worked now. I'm gonna go back and like watch this. And it's gonna be so cringy because apparently I said he doesn't walk away from this, but I have to see what happened. Gaius, you will not be walking away this time. It hurts to hear. This guy's a bit of a philosopher. A little bit of a Marcus Aurelius, is he? Dedge. Dedge. And I said it! Oh god! You will not mourn your death. You did create... Uh-oh. Is Bob... Bob? 17 days ago I said he was dead. Okay. Bob's gone. We did. Dead. Friends. That was pretty fucking epic. I think I actually do want to watch this. Gaius, the main antagonist of our story thus far, is dead. His ultimate weapon, defeated. However, Thancred is not saved, and the Ashens are undefeated. Uh-oh. Bro, you're not very nice to your playthings.
貴様が力を求めたからこそアルテマウェポンをそして究極魔法アルテマを授けたというのに所詮は人の子かこの程度のものとは
Oh, he's here. We fight him for a while, right? This is real. Wait. A little bit hitting them. We're doing it! Ah. Yeet! Thank you for the sub, Bandan. That was so cool. I got to use some of my jumps and they felt like really cool. Next phase. That big screen. That was a funny scene. Everything's blowing up. We gotta get out of here, Thancred. This is like the scene on Mustafar. Everything's falling. We gotta leave. Hey, Margaret! I'm so happy to see you. Maggie came and saved us. Meanwhile, behind us, Van Belsar is crawling out of the rubble. Let's go. Do I have Thancred with me? Okay, good. Hold on. Wait! Okay. Gaius?
Waga yume mo koko de tsuyieru toyu no ka.
Oh, shit. I watched him blow up! Well, I already thought you were dead, so it's hard to get too worked up about you dying again. Not many bad guys get that many dying lines. Alright. So he survived that. Now, when did we deal with his ultimatum? It was. DSR. That's wow. This is the assault. It must be further back. I'll never be able to find the ultimatum. I'm surprised I found that. You were on it there sitting at the table? You guys are linking it to me. Just after this? Wait, just after this? This council. Wow, they all brought papers. Van Belsar Gaius claims the power to smite primals, which he has. He ate Garuda. He will get rid of primals if we yield to him, but if we resist, he will destroy us all. Those like options below. Cred's plight troubles us. We can't see before then. Has assembled. All it says is if we yield to him, but if we resist, share the primals he has. It doesn't really define what we means. Damn him. They wouldn't help us. Hell. And what a fool. Very good. Frickin' La Brea. That's his eating hand. And about to say embrace reason, I guess. I thought he was done. We left Marge? I don't know. I wonder if I would have recognized his voice if I hadn't swapped voice acting. Implausible panaceas. We gotta go back for Marge. Oop. He was about to say embrace reason, I guess. Oh my god. I thought he was done. I just got caught skipping in the middle of skipping. Nani? I think he's done talking. We just see Thancred down there. Imperial. Damn. Yeah. Thancred. Anticipate him being a bad guy. Hells take Gaius in his. So he says the fate of Eorzea rests upon the decision of this council. It's not super clear what he means by you'll share the primal's fate. He will get rid of primals if we yield to him, but if we resist, he will destroy us all. Those options below. We can't decide on our own. You never said genocide? Of course he never said genocide. I don't think he ever said, I will genocide you. That's weird. But I remembered him saying, I'll kill you all. And I said, in my interpretation of the text, I said one of the options was kill you all. But what he actually wrote was share the fate of the primals. And it's unclear whether he means the leadership or everyone. It's good to go back and see it, though, since he's come back. It's good to go back and see him blowing up, too. I enjoyed that. What are we looking for? I just wanted to go back and see what he had said and what had happened to him. He banned Black Lords because he wanted to conquer. Yes, they said that today on day 19. But you understand that if they were retconning that that's part of the retcon, it doesn't undo the retcon, right? The fact that he said that today doesn't undo what he said back then. Genocide was an intention, even if you could interpret. You can absolutely, 100%, fairly interpret his intentions as genocide if you don't surrender. He had a fucking ultimate weapon. Throw wide the gates. Yep, it's time to throw wide the gates. Alright. Man, guys, this has been an incredibly intense... What has it even been, an hour and a half? We learned that the Ascians are behind the Empire's policy of conquest in order to sow chaos. We learned that the old Emperor is himself an Ascian. Which is like... It's like... Oh, yeah, of course Xenos is being warned by the emissary, but who cares? Solus is an Ascian, and now Gaius is alive again. Alright, it is what it is. Gotta move forward. If they're gonna rewrite Gaius into a good guy, all I can do is take it for what it is. The good news, he'll absolutely hate the Empire now, once he learns what we know. Alphino is safely ensconced in a private chamber. My finest healer is examining him as we speak. For all the good that'll do. I've spoken with a physician and there are no outward signs of illness. Alphino is lost in a sleep from which he cannot be awoken, just like the others. Cool hints at things to come when you go back to ARR. Color me a little bit skeptical that this was planned since ARR. It seems that even the lands of the Empire were not far enough away to escape that cursed voice. I share your frustration, Alice, I do, But Alphino is returned to us alive and otherwise unharmed. All that remains is to find the means to wake him. Until then, you can but fulfill your duties as a scion, yours and your brother's both. You're right, of course. There are arrangements to be made, and little time to make them. To business, my lord. No, now that we know what Sierio's wall works as intended, can we expect reinforcements for Alamigo? Yes, absolutely. As promised, we will send troops to bolster our allies in Eorzea without delay. Be aware, however, they will not arrive without delay. Save for the few who boast teleportation magics, the bulk of our force must be transported by sea, a lengthy voyage for which the smaller vessels favored by the Confederacy are ill-equipped. Accordingly, I mean to enlist the assistance of the East Eldinar Trading Company in finding suitable ships. As for navigating the distance in question, we are in the happy position of being able to call upon those who plotted the course of my people's exodus to Eorzea. Beyond the procurement of ships, I think it's unlikely our East Eldinar friends will consent to any involvement in military operations, but I'm certain they will afford Alphino a berth aboard one of their vessels, and I will have a Chirurgeon accompany him every inch of the way to the Rising Stones. We are going to put him in the same room. Thanks, Lord Hien. Yugiri, I will go on ahead with our friends Talamigo. Enlist all those capable of teleportation and put them at the disposal of the Eorzean Alliance as soon as possible. They will form the vanguard. Yes, my lord. This is exactly what we hoped for. Lys and the Alliance leaders will be glad indeed to welcome the combined strength of the East. Meanwhile, at the Black Rose chemical plant, which I had understood to be disrupted, no longer producing.
Our supplies of Black Rose have been ruined, but the new plant is already under construction. We should have the first batch ready in time for the offensive, Your Radiance.
Well, at least we've confirmed Gaius was telling the truth about that.
See that you do.
Ah, yes, the infamous Black Rose. If I recall correctly, Gaius did not much care for the invention. A ruthless and indiscriminate weapon indeed, this airborne poison. It seems you are capable of making decisions worthy of your bloodline.
With no gift for sorcery, we Garleans must look to Magitech to even the odds. If it spares the needless deaths of our soldiers and serves the cause of this empire, there is no method I would not employ.
How very noble of you.
Yeah, it's funny that the Emperor is decidedly a bad guy, and yet
Truly,
is being
though,
bullied
I
on both
must
sides by
commend you for
Asians.
embracing your role as Emperor. You play the part of the determined ruler well. Sometimes even I catch myself believing. A silent agent of death. Now that I think on it, Black Rose may well possess the perfect aspect. Slowly but surely, the deluge of light has worked upon the ether here in the source, and the gas should be most susceptible to its influence. Well, I shall leave you to your own devices. Go forth and bloody the land with your grand and glorious war.
While you do what, precisely?
Need you ask? I will be doing what all Ascians do.
I am well aware that your kind exists only to usher in the next calamity. But you seem oblivious to the harm your singular agenda causes to the Empire. You cannot have forgotten the events which followed your mortal demise. Our homeland was plunged into civil war for your failure to name a successor. The edifice you so carefully constructed was but a hair's breadth from collapse.
Are you truly so naive? You thought me oblivious to the consequences of a departure so painstakingly timed?
It was by design?
Well, of course it was. Though I will admit the resulting panic exceeded even my wildest expectations. But how can you be surprised? Throwing the world into disarray was the very purpose for which this nation was, as you say, so carefully constructed. Now, if you have no further questions, I must be on my way. Since we may not meet again in this lifetime, it would be remiss of me not to offer a word or two of gratitude. I really must thank you for this surplus of vessels. I can mold any host into my own image, but having bodies tailor-made for me in this fashion is so much less tiresome.
Yeah, that was why I was like, I don't get it. When we see the factory full of Ascian clones, I'm like, well, maybe it's better for them, but we already know Ascians can take anybody they want, so it kind of doesn't matter. It looks super creepy, but it kind of doesn't really matter.
You dabbled in Allagan cloning techniques, yes? It certainly is a compelling, not to mention entertaining, field of research. And of all the options available, you chose the Founding Father on whom to experiment. You have a twisted streak to you, Varus, like grandsire, like grandson, hey? If events play out as planned, this will become something of a family enterprise. You will be the capstone of this world, I the anchor and shard, and together we will give the lie to this star's fraudulent existence.
I don't think that's what he wants, though. That's what you want. Oh man. I need to go back and watch the VOD of this VOD to see what you guys were saying when I was watching the VOD of Gaius dying and 19 days ago Jeeth saying he's dead. I will not mourn him. I can't stop thinking about it. Oh. My head. Predictions? I don't have any predictions. I'm ruined, guys. I haven't been shambled this hard since the Bloody Banquet. I'm a wreck. I don't know. Honestly, it's as though... Okay, never mind. I can't use that metaphor. It's as though they were trying to get me ready for Gaius this entire time by easing me slowly into it. First Gosetsu, and then Yatsuyu, and then Xenos, and then, alright, now you're ready to get fucked in the ass. You've been stretched. Here's Gaius. Bend over. That's the better metaphor. No, that's the original metaphor. I said I can't use it, and then I used it anyway because it was too good. That's exactly how I feel. Okay? That is exactly how I feel. Oh my lord. A lot of people were on the he's alive copium. I wasn't. I was so beyond convinced he was dead that it wasn't even a question. It wasn't even an issue. As you heard, when Xenos comes back, and I'm like, what are they going to bring back next, guys? Because it's so obvious he's actually dead. Oh, man. I'm so shambled, guys. It's insane. This has ruined me in the exact same way that the Bloody Banquet did. I can't wrap my head around all of it. Do you hate it? I don't think I hate it. I'm just stun-locked by it. I'm shocked. Do I understand why it's a big thing? Well, in my experience, it's never worthwhile to try to convince something that it's a big thing when they don't think it is. Better to just get dressed and walk away. We must leave now to convene with the Eorzea's leaders, and maybe some time before I return to Doma. Hakuro, I leave you in command. My lord. I shall assemble an advance party with all haste and join you in Alamigo forthwith. Stall a little longer. This is, I think, the most I've stalled other than watching credits at the end of expansions this entire 19 days. In fact, I'm 90% certain that I have never stalled this much other than sitting and thinking about the expansion during the credits. I I've just received word from Lise. The Alliance has established a base camp near Alamigo's northeastern border. You're processing? I am processing, but it's happening. I'm getting there. Once we've arrived in the locks, we will report to a resistance officer stationed in Porta Pretoria who will point us in the right direction. Let's not keep them waiting. You played the whole way through Stormblood in a month. Rich watched one YouTube video in that time. Yeah, it hasn't even been a month. It's been like 19 or 20 days. I mean, we just saw that, right? Going through the list of VODs. Which reminds me, I should probably add them to highlights soon, because they're only a few days away from being deleted. If you guys want me to keep them, I'll need to do that or they'll be gone. Oh. React to videos. I'll react to people's videos after I'm done with the MSQ. I don't know if I can stand to react to my videos anymore. I think half of what just killed me was listening to me from 19 days ago. Seeing Gaius alive was one shock. Hearing me talk about him being dead was an even bigger shock. I shan't mourn him. Shut up, stupid fucking Jesse. You're dumb. You must be the Scion party I was told to look out for. If you'll follow me, I'll take you directly to Alliance headquarters. We had fun. Yeah, I'm sure you did. So cringy in retrospect. Chat exploded with Keg Doubles and you said he was next Gaius. I saw that and I assumed you were just laughing about how silly it was for Xenos to be back alive. I had no concept that you found it ironic and funny that I had said that. Oh my god.
Welcome back, you two. Greetings, Lord Hien. Glad you could join us.
Glad to be here. I would have come sooner, were our own defense is not in question, but I am pleased to report that our soldiers are assembling for deployment to Alamigo as we speak.
Did you guys show Preach that clip? I'm curious what he thought of me, of my Who's Coming Back Next Guy's clip. And now there's a clip of me watching the clip and crying in cringe, which is even better. There's the clip, and then there's the current clip of me watching the clip. I'm ruined. I'm in shambles.
We're grateful for your support. Thanks to the efforts of our allies, it won't be long before we've established defensive positions on this front as well.
We have some good news too. Alphino has come back to us. As for the bad news...
He is also in a coma. And they're bringing chemical warfare.
So, Alphino won't wake up. Gaius van Baelsar is alive and hunting Ascians, and the Empire is planning to poison us all with toxic gas. Does that sound about right?
Yep.
Ordinarily, any one of those things would have left me in shock. But the way things have been lately, it's all starting to seem pretty normal.
Okay. And now Lise is taking it all better than I am. Lise is taking it better than I did. Fuck me.
Getting back to your report, are we sure this Black Rose is the weapon Maxima was talking about?
She just anywayed me. She just... I'm over here with my head between my knees, trying not to throw up. And she just anywayed me.
It fits the description. And it seems we have Alphino to thank for sparing us an early demonstration of its effectiveness. I have a feeling this won't be the last time his bravery in the Empire will serve us here in Eorzea. The threat of an unknown weapon has had us all on edge. But now that we know what we're dealing with, we can take steps to defend against it.
Masks for everyone. If
As
they
for
want
Gaius,
to. Individual liberty, of course.
I'm not sure what to think. Am I happy he's alive? Not in the slightest. Am I happy he's hunting Ascians? Aye. I'd have to say I am.
Yeah, I mean, that's good.
Oh, speaking of Garleans you didn't expect to see, we have a tale of our own, as it happens. When we sent envoys to the Imperial Army to request talks, they returned with the message that Varys Zos Galvus would be attending.
Gasp.
The Emperor himself. Well, Varys did sanction the Popularis peace mission.
Vi, I have to say I hate you just a little bit. How long is that clip? If I were to go, how long is that clip in wandering around the internet? As in, look at this dumbass, he doesn't know Gaius is coming back.
But knowing that an Ascian walks in his son's skin, I do not see how we can trust him or anyone from that nest of vipers.
True.
The Alliance would proceed with negotiations regardless, if only to give ourselves more time to prepare. We do, however, require your cooperation.
Right. Yes. So, as a condition for the talks to go forward, the Empire has requested that a member of the Scions be present. There'll be a representative from each Alliance nation, of course, but I'm afraid we have to ask that you come along too.
Gods, Lise. You know how much I hate politics. But then, what choice do I have? Alphino and the others aren't going to do it. Very well. I shall attend as the Scion's representative.
Talked herself around.
In case you're wondering why I didn't ask you, the Empire also requested the presence of Eorzea's champion. Oh, you're not, are you? Come on, if Alisaie can put on a brave face, then so can you. Now, we don't know what Varys means to bring to the table, or why he wants you there, but having you close at hand should make all the difference.
Lise is really dominating this conversation.
The meeting will take place on the border.
Get
Anticipating
over
an early assault, we mean to position the bulk of our forces nearby.
The Alliance leaders should already be on their way. Once you're ready, we can head out and join them.
Suck it up. Yeah, suck it up. Walk it off. Did you get some drinks for the cutscene? Do I need another bottle of water? Right before it tells me, is it going to do several cutscenes? If it tells me several cutscenes, I'll go to the bathroom and get a drink first. Or should I do it now? No. Might as well do it now. Alright guys, I'm going to get some water. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to cry and write in my diary. Dear pink polka dotted diary. Today, Gaius came back and made me look like an absolute idiot for 19 straight days. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Play ads? Alright, I'll try. Alright, my friends, I'm returned. Are your ads over? I think they are. Let's go, before we get more. I don't suppose it's polite to keep an emperor waiting too long. Shall we? Let's go parlay with the emperor. Their ads, not for true fans. Why is his chair so much better?
Esteemed representatives of the Eorzean Alliance, on behalf of the Gallian Empire, I thank you for inviting me here today. As this parley was convened at your request, I invite you to speak first.
Second, you just spoke.
Very well, Your Radiance. I, Nanimo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul, should be pleased to oblige you. As recent events in Alamigo and Doma have made plain, the subjugation and exploitation of neighboring nations is not a sustainable policy. Should this day end in war, you may very well defeat us, but you will never extinguish the people's desire for freedom. Though it may not be in our lifetime, there will be another revolution, another war, and the cycle will continue.
What am I hearing? How is this the grounds for a good negotiation? If you if you go to war today, you'll probably win, but we'll keep fighting. What the fuck? That's not how you do this.
Doma has entered into a concord with the nations of Eorzea, a partnership wherein we recognize one another as equals. Garlemald could be afforded similar treatment. You need only set aside your ambitions and join us in paving a path towards peace.
Which would be a more compelling sell if he didn't just get told by you, yeah, you'll probably win if you fight today. You'll probably win if you fight today, but if you'd rather, we could have peace.
You will not win me over with sophistry, Your Grace. As you know only too well, this alliance lacks the strength to keep the peace within its own borders. Even now, your struggles with the Beastmen continue unabated. Divided, you sow this fertile soil with the seeds of your differences and reap naught but discord and chaos for your trouble. Eorzea must be united under one leader, one purpose. I would offer you both and bring an end to your strife.
This is exactly what Gaia sold to us, too.
With all due respect, Your Radiance, the only thing that you offered the people of Alamigo was fear and hopelessness.
The citizens of Doma can also attest to the meager arms of imperial rule. There is no purpose to be found in a life of oppression, each day more uncertain than the last.
Our people are willing to die for their freedom. A great many already have, and countless more will, if we don't put an end to this madness here and now.
We brought order and stability to your lives. This madness and bloodshed is of your own making. You broke the peace, not Garlemald.
Peace. Order. You kill our peoples, despoil our lands, take everything that is ours. And what? You expect us to lick the boot that grinds our faces into the dirt?
I expect you to weigh the costs. To recognize that countless lives have been lost on both sides in pursuit of a greater good, and to not squander all we have achieved in a fit of petulance.
Your whole rebellion, the act of a petulant child.
Your Radiance. I fear I can personally attest to the dangers of pursuing one's vision with such righteous fervor. For 1,000 years, the Holy See of Ishgard waged war with dragons.
Objection relevance.
1,000 years of sacrifice, of sorrow and hate, in which we bathed in the blood of friend and foe alike. Had it gone on any longer, we may well have drowned. Yet we have chosen to raise ourselves out of this bloody spiral, and have since made peace with our former enemy.
So I understand. No doubt the dragons were more receptive to your overtures in the wake of their leader's demise. You speak of peace, yet use war to achieve it. Your father would not have bothered to obscure his intent with honeyed words. He understood that strength is all that matters in the end.
Oh my god, you got daddied.
Without his clarity of vision, I can but wonder what will become of Ishgard and her people. There was a time when Garlemald, too, lacked a leader of conviction. Weak and unable to wield magic, we were at the mercy of the strong from whom we sought refuge in the bitter cold of the north. Were it not for the discovery of ceruleum and the subsequent development of magitech, we might never have gained the power to take back that which was rightfully ours.
You speak as if your people were the first to have been driven from their homes. Limsa Lominsa was built by wayward souls in search of a place to call their own. On the shores of Vilbrand we found it, and from those humble beginnings did we grow and flourish. And all without robbing our neighbors of their liberty.
So saith the pirate. Am I to believe that you simply asked the kobolds to yield up their lands and that they were happy to oblige you? That you did not drive them out like rats in the hold of one of the many ships seized by your privateers? I will concede that after centuries of exile, reclamation may be mistaken for invasion. Nevertheless, it is not. And those who till stolen soil have no right to object when cast out in turn.
Your uncompromising nature rivals that of the Ixal. They too lament circumstances which they themselves perpetuate. Were they but to embrace peace, we would welcome them with open arms. Indeed, some few have done just that, and now receive of the 12's Wood's bounty. Would that your people might learn from their example.
You dare compare us to the Birdmen? You who thought to invoke the 12 and threaten all of creation?
I came here in the hope of finding some speck of common ground, but I see now these discussions will accomplish nothing. Despite what you people may believe, I am not wont to choose the sword over the olive branch. 'Tis but a pity men are loath to accept one without first being shown the other.
It looks so little in front of him.
Wait! I beg you. This meeting was supposed to be a chance to find a way forward together, not to bemoan the missteps which brought us here. Please, if you truly consider violence a last resort, there must be a way we can come to an agreement.
As Mistress Alisaie says, we did not come here to bicker over the past, but to discuss how we might strive towards a brighter future. Emperor Varys, may I suggest a short recess, that all present might compose themselves prior to beginning anew?
Very well. I pray this intermission will suffice to move these talks in a more constructive direction.
And by constructive, he means surrender. Well, that was a nice bit of diplomatic nothingness. What do you think? I mean, nothing. They were just like, you. And then he was like, no, you. And then they were like, but you. And then he's like, no, you. I mean, I had these arguments with my little brothers when I was 10 as well. After his Radiance's little performance, it was all I could do not to swear at him. I don't know how I ended up playing the mediator. Actual politics. Yeah, a very realistic depiction of the exact kind of posturing that occurs every day. I just asked myself what Alphino would have done, tried my best to do the same, and by some miracle it worked. But there really is no common ground to be found with that man, nor do I think he looked for any. The question becomes, what did he come here to do? Because you may be certain it wasn't to make peace. When we think we're stalling him, but he might in fact be stalling us. Whatever it is, I can't make it out. Not yet, at least. We do have a little time before the parley is due to reconvene, though, so why not try consulting our illustrious leaders? Mayhap they have some insight to share. I'll say one thing for this Varys. He's well versed in Eorzean history. His interest in our affairs is that of a beast in its prey. The conqueror would know his enemies. Or maybe, you know, he briefed before a meeting. Fairly common. You guys might think about it. All should know their enemies, yet there's much and more we don't know of the Empire. Can you negotiate better? Robin only nods. You would have me ask the Emperor himself? Well, mayhap there's some wisdom in that. If we can skirt the storm of his displeasure, we may yet come to our answers, even if it does mean sailing close to the wind. What do you guys think? 12 have mercy. But for Lady Alisaie's timely interjection, we might well have come to blows at the negotiating table. Not that Emperor Varys left us a great many options. Is unconditional surrender all he will accept, do you think? Before he arrived, I'd have said yes. But having heard him speak, I cannot help but think he came here with some other end in mind. Exactly. He's building up to something, I know it. Does he want our help against the Ascians? Probably not. That's some heavy copium. How then should we approach the rest of the parley? Have you anything to say, Warrior of Light? I can nod if you want. Ask him. You believe he's more apt to reveal the truth if we put him at his ease. Maybe you're right. Thank you, Robin. I think if you want to find out what someone wants, asking them works sometimes, not always. This parley was never likely to bring peace, but I had hoped to learn something of Emperor Varys' relationship with the Ascians. As had we all. Yet if he is in league with them, he's not likely to volunteer the fact, and if he's not, how much weaker will his position seem for their presence? If we are to broach that particular subject, we need to be subtle. I wish I knew more of the man. If you would indulge me, Lord Ian, you received an imperial education, did you not? Is it true that the Emperor's will is considered absolute? There is no higher authority in all of Garlemald, nowhere else in the heavens come to that. Veneration of the gods is forbidden, the only worship permitted being that of His Radiance's own person. I share your disdain for their hypocrisy. Even as they denigrate the idea of faith, they revere their leader with a fervor others reserve for the divine. 'Tis a flaw common to much of the doctrine they fed us, logical on the surface, but contradictory upon closer examination. I wonder if a discussion of the various discrepancies might profit through. No, no one in the history of the world has ever been convinced by someone pointing out the discrepancies and inconsistencies in their thinking. You're a hypocrite. Oh, wow. You're right. My whole worldview is now changed. That was the least helpful suggestion we've made so far. You've spoken with everyone then. Good. All that remains is to await the pleasure of the Emperor and hope we fare better in the second attempt.
Now then, who would have the floor?
Before we resume, I wish to offer you an apology. After you graciously accepted our invitation to discuss an armistice, we have done naught but rebuke you at every opportunity. I believe I speak for all of us when I say we are deeply sorry for our discourtesy.
Huh. I mean, maybe this is good diplomacy to make him talk. I'm not going to say it's not. But it feels kind of bad, though. We are now apologizing to the genocidal, dictatorial oppressor. I'm so sorry. Did you hurt your hand while you were beating me?
I'll admit your familiarity with our affair surprised me, and served to remind me how little I know of yours.
I think all here can understand the desire to reclaim one's homeland. But why expand further? That is my question.
If I may, the answer can be found in the Imperial doctrine they took great pains to impart to my people. Recognizing the threat icons pose to the world, Solus Zos Galvus decreed that they were to be eradicated. To this end, he began a campaign to unite all lands under the Garlean banner. Or so we were taught. Yet the Emperor only reached the burn, the Baron said to have been laid waste by icons, after conquering all the lands that lay between. What is more, I am quite certain the practice of summoning was not nearly so widespread in the days before the Empire's founding.
This is all extremely astute.
When you put it like that, it all starts to sound like an excuse, doesn't it? But to distract from what? Why are you really waging this war?
Finally, you ask the right question. I can but hope you heed mine answer and at last accept the righteousness of our cause. My goal is this: to return the world to the way it once was, the way it was always meant to be. In doing so, mankind will be made whole once more. No longer will we suffer from the dissension born of our differences. There will be but one race, a perfect race, as we were when time began.
What in Rolga's name are you talking about?
And also, you really didn't answer the question.
I am talking about the origins of this star, of the source and its 13 reflections. At the instant of the great sundering, 'twas not only the world that was shattered, but mankind itself. Thus were we divided into myriad races, each with its own unique imperfections. That is why man looks upon his neighbor and feels fear and hatred, why he wages war, why he kills his brother.
Good lord.
You all in your own way have proven as much today. The peace you seek is but a fleeting solution to a fundamental problem. One which calls for more drastic measures. To bring about everlasting peace, our worlds must be rejoined. That is the goal the Empire would see realized. The glorious future unto which we shall one day shepherd mankind.
So, I thought maybe he'd use this as some heavy copium. I thought maybe he'd use this as an opportunity to be like, oh yeah, the Ascians are behind it, and it kind of sucks. But instead he's just full-on advocating exactly what the Ascians want. Plus, a lot of Monka Giga stuff.
A rejoining of worlds.
I have heard this tale of the Source and its reflections before.
Are these not the self-same desires as the Ascians?
Yeah.
Emperor Varys, do not trust in their words. They will lead you to your doom. My father thought to use them, but in the end he succumbed to their temptations. He embraced summoning like so many other pawns before him. Do not tell us you mean to do the same.
Little do you know you're talking about this guy's grandpa.
To be a pawn, free from the burden of choice, would be a blessing. But I forswore that privilege the day I learned that the Gallian Empire was built by the hand of an Ascian.
Dun, 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 dun.
What?
Yes. My grandsire, the former emperor, is of their number. And who better to build an empire capable of bringing about the calamitous change we desire? Would you condemn me for this alliance, for bowing to the will of these shadowy masters, when the prize is true and lasting peace?
Yes.
I come not to conquer, but to liberate. To free man from the prison of divergence.
Imagine a world united. One perfect race beneath a single standard. An army before whose might these servants of darkness and light would fly as leaves in a storm, never again to meddle in man's affairs. We would be the masters of our own fate.
Yo, you got the crazy eyes, though.
I bid you join me. Not as subjects of Garlemald, but of a new nation. And together we shall win freedom for ourselves and generations yet unborn.
Together. Except that half the people at this table would take strong issue with your perfect race talk.
You want to trigger another half-dozen calamities? You can't be serious!
Have you forgotten how many died? There will be no one left.
Do you truly imagine we would aid you in your bloodletting?
It is unthinkable, unconscionable.
Everyone's standing. And they're like, oh shit, we're all standing.
And what is the alternative? To be as cattle waiting for slaughter? I would have us work together that we might take fate into our own hands.
Into your hands, perhaps. But what of the other worlds, your radiance? With every calamity, you obliterate a star and every soul that dwells on it.
To the Ascians, we are all but tiny, momentary specks within an indifferent universe. We cannot hope to oppose them until we have been made whole once more.
Are these truly the words of Garlemald's ruler? The flaws and foibles which you so abhor are what make us who we are. Every nation, even yours, Emperor Varys, is made whole through the combination of these imperfections, the strengths of one compensating for the weaknesses of another.
Sure. I mean, true, but not the strongest opposition.
While it is
to
true that man succumbs
his
all
race
too
war.
often to anger and avarice, he may yet overcome his baser instincts through the forming of bonds with others, fostering community and cooperation. That the protector of an empire should not only reject these fundamental truths, but seek to change them at so dear a cost to life is indefensible.
That's pretty good. I like that.
Such a man is not fit to govern.
I like that too.
And you, warrior of light, would you refuse me as well?
Yeah. You're trying to kill everybody. Why kill everyone to fight the Ascians instead of, fighting them right now? Fight them now.
It would seem the Alliance is of one mind on this matter.
You Eorzeans never cease to disappoint me. Though I suppose I have only myself to blame for expecting more from savages. This discussion is at an end. I bid you make ready for our next meeting. It will not be at the negotiating table.
Join me, says the Emperor. Join me in a glorious new nation in which I can purify the world of all of you. Surrender, that I might eradicate you all. No, thanks. Join me or die. It's not even join me or die. It's join me and die, or don't join me and die. I come back to find Doma's advance party ready and waiting for battle. As worrying as our little chat with the Emperor was, it did buy enough time for our allies to arrive. If there's anything
I'm not sure
attractive...
what I was expecting from our meeting with the Emperor, but it wasn't that. Still, at least we know now what he's really after.
If there's anything at all attractive or tempting about what he's proposing, he did manage very successfully to hide it under the most reprehensible, unattractive, awful ideas I've ever heard. Gotta be the least tempting peace proposal ever.
Aye, a future built on a mountain of bodies. I too want the Ascians dead, but not at any cost.
The last of the reinforcements from Doma arrived not long ago. I pray it will be enough. Given the Emperor's stated goal, this is a battle we can ill afford to lose.
True.
If the Gallians come in force, we may not have much say in the matter, even with our combined strength.
We knew from the first that the odds would be against us. But if there is even the slightest chance of victory, we must do everything in our power to seize it.
I agree.
We must seize it, full stop.
Here!
Hear, hear. Hard to say why Varys has a point without spoiling. Well, don't spoil. But if Varys had a point, he should have given it instead of
the two of you are to join an irregular unit
burying
and support
it
the
in
main
that
host.
horrible
I won't
host of
bother
ideas.
asking if you're minded to fight.
Yep, we'll fight.
After coming this far, how could I not?
Guys, please, please, please don't, like, you know, try to make it clear that you know what's going on and that there's something going on. Hey, streamer, there's something going on. Like, come on. I know you guys have played before, right? I know you've played before. I acknowledge you know more about it than I do. I'll admit it freely right now and you can clip it. Chat, you know what will happen and I don't. Now, anytime you feel like you need to make sure that I know that, just play that clip back. And you'll feel good about it.
And for once, there's no one around to count 'em on me. Not that they would. Not even my brother.
Yeah, we have to fight this
But
time.
we all know who really make the difference. Ready to frighten some Garleans?
You mean stab them? Yes.
I wouldn't want to be on their side.
Might I ask you to accompany the Dorman contingent? They are strangers here, and your presence would do much to raise their spirits.
Everyone wants me to fight by them. I don't care where I fight. I need to just go stab some Garleans.
We would be honored.
Ideally, the Emperor.
When our people stride out with you in their midst, I dare say the Eorzeans will feel an ilm taller themselves. High spirits have a way of spreading.
Ah, what I wouldn't give to join you. But my duties as field commander will not allow it. I leave the front lines in your capable hands. Comrades, ready your arms. The hour of battle has come.
Time for yet another battle against the Empire.
May the crystal guide us to victory!
Okay. Can't hear crystal without hearing braves, but that's fine.
Since the others couldn't be here, we'll have to fight twice as hard. If Alphinaud wakes to find the Imperials have won, I shall never hear the end of it.
Very good.
It's strange. I thought I would be terrified when the fighting started. I should be terrified. But with you at our side, I can't help feeling everything is going to be all right.
Let's make a deal. I'll say, I'll stab them until they fall down, and then you stab them a lot to make sure they're
So
dead.
please, don't you dare leave me alone.
just
no matter what
please.
happens, we have to survive together.
Just please make sure they're dead. I'll knock them down. You cut off their heads, okay? Can we make that deal? The Gimlet Dark is now accessible. Oh. I turned off my chat. It's time for a dungeon. I didn't even know. I turned off my chat so I didn't see the million of invite whispers. For those who dare travel twixt Aldenard and Ilsebard, there is but one path, and it leads through Gimlet. A confluence of harsh terrain and ethereal-climactic conditions have shrouded the land in perpetual darkness, and it is here the decisive battle for Eorzea begins. Joined by their far eastern allies, the Eorzean Alliance battles desperately to fight back the seemingly endless waves of Imperial troops. In a bid to change the tide of battle, the Warrior of Light has been called to the fray, but can they prevail in this land long since lost to the light? What I really like about that is they gave me my preferred pronoun. We're ready to go. We're ready to fight the Empire. Gonna invite a couple of new names that I haven't played with yet that I remember, and they were also the early whisperers. My friends, I'll give you a second to sort through any comp issues, which I can't see, and then we'll queue. It's all good, we got a group. We've got a group, we're gonna go. Background thing on top left is off 3 pixels to the left. I mean, you're right. It's true. Is that better? We'll just get rid of it. I didn't used to have any kind of chat cover at all, but obviously I needed one. Wow, this really looks like a battlefield. We've got trenches. Holy moly. World War I. Bad guys parachuting in. Enemy aircraft.
Forward! Forward!
Spread out. Be wary of artillery fire. I'm gonna try to do better at reading this stuff up here. Keep to the north. We'll head up their troops to the south. Whoa, artillery, watch out! I'm getting cards from an astrologian. Let's fucking go. Big damn. We have our first boss. A Magita Colossus. We fought a few of these in our time. It's gonna spin. Oh, there's fire on the ground. Oh, shit. I have to wait. I can't just immediately move in. Fancy. Here I am trying to be all snazzy and move into the previous animation. He's leaving a dot on the ground. He saw me coming. This guy doesn't like positionals. He's turning too much. Alright. Some fun spinning. Man, this looks terrible. I mean, it looks really good, but it looks terrible. Burning and falling and people dying and ships falling apart. Such a well done background. Watch out! Ship's falling on us.
I shan't hold back!
Pippin! Look at that guy. That's on me. Alright. Keep moving. Pippin will hold them here. Only slightly battered by the bomb I dropped on him. Prometheus. I got a card during all of my bursts. So good. Oh, he's gone. Okay, most of my burst. Alright, so shit. Some of my burst. Jesus. That guy shot some big lasers. Having played healer so much, do you watch party health? I always watch party health. I can't not. My eyes have been trained to flick at the party health every, like, 1 or 2 seconds for 10 years. And it can be useful. I have a button that can help, and if I see, like, everyone's low, I know the healer's going to cast an AoE heal, and I don't need to pop anything. Right? And if I see that only I'm low, then maybe I should pop something. Because he doesn't want to push a single target heal. It's really silly for me to pop, like, my second win or whatever if everyone's hurt and I know that they're about to cast a Helios or something. Oh, hi. I was walking away. I do wish they had an option to mute loot.
As one!
Fairways, you guys better not be talking about anything contrary to the will of our Lord and Savior Yoshi P, who has provided us with everything we could possibly need in a UI. I'll get in this. I'll get in this. Self-detonate. Kill him! Commit! We actually have a lot of time.
Time to get serious!
That's right, Lise. You know it, I know it. Hey, who are you? These savages bested our vanguard. Impressive. But in the end, they are only savages. Let us be brief, his radiance awaits. Sword? Gun sword. Very long sword gun. Alright. Oh shit. His hitbox is so little. Oh, I have my own line. Ow. I have a target on me. I'm sure I can stay right here on the boss, though. I'm sure that's fine. Who's next? Wow, fancy. The heck are these? I'm scared of... Oh, we kick them. How do I kick it? I want to kick it. I can't kick it. I bet standing in that's bad. Well, you should feel honored, savages. Few are those who have witnessed this twice. Ow! What? I got erased. Holy fuck. Might as well send this, I guess. I'm weakened anyway. Flashbang! Okay, well they're definitely not dead. You know, I can see that coming from a mile away. It's not even a bait. It's not even a good trick. I know they're not dead. Alright, my friends. Thank you very much for the dungeon. Ooh, a toy. I appreciate the run.
There you are, and none the worse for wear.
Indeed. I had hoped we might do more to help, but there seems to be no one left to fight.
Yep,
a tactical withdrawal, perhaps?
We should give chase. Finish them off while we have the chance. Imagine the other surprise when they wake to find the war already won.
Oh. Shit. About those gates.
The light will expunge all life. Only you can forestall the calamity. Throw wide the gates.
No! 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 No!
She's actually doing not like. And it's just me.
Oh no, don't tell me. Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm good.
Quickly, we must get her back to the encampment.
Well, all the scions are sleepy. All the ones that matter, anyway. So the Garleans have been routed, have they? Well done. Though this exchange was no more than a test of our strength, like as not, they won't be taking any chances now that the Emperor has joined the fray. They'll want to take their time, whittle down our offenses. Still, with your help and that of our eastern allies, we've passed the first test. Our line is unbroken. Tataru, don't even talk to me about Tataru. Tataru is basically a Lolorito employee now. Am I wrong? Tell me I'm wrong. She's hanging out over there with Mr. Hancock, who is a Lolorito employee, in his offices all the time. I don't trust her anymore. As for Alice, she's in good hands over at the infirmary. My lord, the Chirurgeons have completed their examen of Mistress Alice, and it is as we feared. She's in a coma. I hate to see how you treat admins for your work. She has a perfectly good office, surrounded by her friends and her coworkers, and a freaking bar at which she can constantly imbibe, as we know she does. And instead, she willingly chooses to go hang out with Hancock in Lolorito's offices. If that's not sussy, I don't know what is. Keep your enemy close? Indeed. Which is why she's not fired. Maybe she knows something you don't know about Hancock? It's possible. The Garleans picked a fine time to come knocking. Hitboxes are bigger than Circle. Yeah, I know. Not always, but sometimes. I was in that one's hitbox. You've gone too far this time. Kryl is the only Lala I trust. 5 scions incapacitated. And with the enemy on our doorstep, I cannot spare the man to assist in the search for a cure. The best I can do is see to it that Alice is escorted safely back to the Rising Stones. Pippin's not a Lala. I think it's absurd to suggest that Pippin's a Lala. No. He's a small hewer. A cousin or something of Raban. Infinitely stronger and tougher than any Lala on the planet. It's actually not possible for him to walk around carrying his father's sword. A sword made for a full-grown, powerfully built man. And he just chucks it over his back. If he was Lola, he could never do that. Ugiri and I return to our encampment. The main contingent of our forces from the Far East is under sail, and all must be made ready for their arrival. I'll not keep you then. He did, I know, that proves my point. He's using the sword, which means he's not a Lala. Judging by the Garleans' recent movements or lack thereof, they won't be launching another offensive in the immediate future. You should return to the Rising Stones. Given the plight of your fellow Scions, I can understand if you feel on edge, but you'll be no good to anyone without rest. Lalas are a weak race. You used a trap word. Why is this not going away? There it goes away. I would never ascribe an attribute to all members of a race, obviously. Isn't it more racist, chat, for you to insist that merely because of how he looks, he must belong to that race? Aren't you the ones, chat, who are exhibiting racism in this moment? Get reverse Uno'd. Warrior Boulder? Warrior Boulder. So strange that you become a character when everyone else becomes incapacitated. There's no one else to report to. There's no one else. Ah, Robin. Welcome home. Word has it you and Mr. Salisay gave the Garleans quite a thrashing. Speaking of whom, where is Mr. Salisay? I was certain she would have returned by now. She's in the room with everyone else. By the 12. Not her too. Ochre and I will ready the infirmary for her arrival. We also need to send a message to Tataru post-haste. Would that I had something other than grim tidings to share with her. And with you too, for that matter. It grieves me to report that the Archon's condition remains unchanged. As we speak, Colton, Kryl, and Master Matoya continue to explore every possible avenue. Alas, their efforts have yet to bear fruit. But all is not lost. You are still hale and whole after all, though I suspect you must be tired from your journey. You should rest, my friend. Leave the worrying to us for the time being, at least. Meanwhile, at the border of Alamigo. I'd recognize those hips anywhere. Those are the most thoroughly honest hips I have ever seen. They could not conceive of saying anything but the truth. Robin, yours is a welcome face indeed in these troubled times. Though if you've come to inquire about our stricken brothers and sisters, I'm afraid I have nothing to report. Colton and the others continue their tireless search for answers, and I, too, have done all in my power to assist them. Alas, My apologies for the intrusion. I was told Master Alphino had been brought here and wished to see if his condition had improved. Can't talk anymore. Hello. Master Robin, I have heard about the part you played in driving back the Emperor's forces. Thank you. That you were able to stop them, if only for a short while, gives me hope. I realize how strange such words must sound coming from a Garlean's lips, but I speak them out of the love I bear for my homeland, because I wish to see an end to the bloodshed. That is why I chose to share all I know with the Alliance. Though I will surely be branded a traitor, I am content to bear that ignominy. It will seem a small price to pay if it helps prevent this conflict from escalating any further. Everybody loves a traitor. Enough of my prattling. The war is not what brought me all this way. I came to see Master Alphino. I'm not sure I should let you see him. It could all be a trick. An acquaintance of Robin and Alphino, are you? Far be it from me to turn away good company, if you'll follow me, sir. Not all Garleans are the same? Of course not. I like Sid. We know lots of nice Garleans. I don't distrust him because he's a Garlean. I distrust him because this would be a perfect ruse whereby to insert an agent into our midst. And now we're letting him into the headquarters of the Scions? And we're letting him in to see the Archons? I have a Garlean friend. I have 2 Garlean friends. Do you guys remember our other Garlean friend? Nero doesn't count. That's why I'm not saying Nero. Nero doesn't count. It's Lucia that's our other friend. Nero's nobody's friend. Nero does not count. Who is Nero friends with? He like hopelessly in love with Sid. But that's not friendship. When word reached me that Alphino had returned, it seemed only right that I visit him. Poor lad. It pains me to see him thus, but I take solace in the knowledge that he is safe and well cared for. He fought valiantly at the burn. The Populares could not have wished for a more committed ally. I know not how he came to be so afflicted, but I pray a cure will be found soon. Xenos is your best friend? No, I'm Xenos' friend. He considers me his friend. I don't consider him a friend. On an unrelated note, you may be interested to know that I traveled here in the company of another acquaintance of yours. He awaits my return in North Silvertier, and I'm certain he'd be glad to see you, assuming you can spare the time with us. Fucking rude. Rude that I don't return Xenos' friendship? Y'all need your moral compasses checked. Quick teleport. $100 Gillandis in shambles. There you are. I was beginning to think you would not come. Sounds like you've been through the mill. You should have called me. Though I must confess, tracking down missing souls isn't exactly within my field of expertise. As you may have surmised, I heard much of Master Garland growing up in Garlemald. Indeed, he has long been a source of inspiration to me. Most Garleans would say he's a traitor. He turned his back on his country. We of the Populares, however, consider him a revolutionary, a man willing to defy the Empire's dreams of subjugation, that his inventions might bring about a better future for all mankind. That was beautiful. Real quick, because I've missed a bunch. Kashari, Worthus, Caboodles, Ken. Thank you so very much, all of you, for the subs. I appreciate the support. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the stream. Thank you for having a wonderful stream. Thank you so much, Delmania, and everyone else for enjoying the stream and being here to talk and laugh and cry with me. And sometimes talk and laugh at me. Please, revolutionary is a term best reserved for my work. I'm but an Imperial defector who thought to aid another Imperial defector. Whatever Master Garland says, I'm humbled to find myself in such distinguished company. Speaking of distinguished company, we heard from Raban that you ran into an old friend in the burn. Is it true? Gaius still lives? Nod. And what does that mean to you, Cid? Like most in the army, I never had the privilege of seeing the legatus without his mask. To think I walked halfway across the burn in the presence of the Black Wolf. And he claimed to have severed ties with the Empire to hunt Asians, did he? After his humbling at the Praetorium, one would think he'd have the good sense to stay dead. Should we meet again, I'll be sure to tell him so. Oh, you get him, boy. You get him. Commander Alden spoke of the Alliance's meeting with the Emperor, though I still labor to believe what he told us. Did his Radians really claim the Garlemald was founded by the Asians? But that is madness. The very notion is absurd. Every fiber of my being rails against it. And yet I see there is no escaping the truth. From the very founding of my homeland, my brothers and sisters have laid down their lives in service to a lie. God, if only you could just tell people that everything they believed was a lie. That they're being tricked by those in power. That they fail to understand the very fundamentals of the country that they live in. If only it was that easy. The Asians must be stopped to save my people, to save all peoples. For all the Empire's many crimes, even I did not suspect. Had I known, I would have left a lot sooner. But that is in the past. Here, in the present, we must apply ourselves to the problem of how the Empire's ambitions may be thwarted, not only in Eorzea, but in the far east as well. The ironworks will spare no effort to achieve that end. Sierryu's wall was a good start, but we can do more, and we will. We'll show them what it means to achieve freedom through technology. Begging your pardons. I bear a message for the Warrior of Light. Commander Alden requests your presence at Alliance headquarters in Alamigo. He would discuss matters of strategy at your earliest convenience. We've won a battle, but we have not yet won the war. Ah, yes. The inevitable messenger. I knew it wouldn't be long before duty called you away. Time, no doubt, being of the essence. Could I tempt you to a ride aboard the Excelsior? If there's a faster way to rob on side, I will personally apologize to the commander for keeping him waiting. There is. I can teleport. You know that, right, Cid? I swear, every time you board my airship, you seem to be barreling headlong into danger. And every time you somehow contrive to emerge victorious. Which, of course, is an admirable skill. But no one is invincible, Robin. Not even you. Please, Take care of yourself out there. I pray you remain safe on the front lines. Though ill-equipped to join the fray, I shall do all I can to assist from headquarters. My colleagues and I have been tasked with evacuating casualties by air. See that you're not among them, eh? Okay. Commander Alden is waiting, sir. It would be best if we proceeded to the Alliance headquarters at once. I agree. Oh, it's you? I just... Yeah, okay. Well, guys, you know what they say. Perfect time to stop the stream, don't you think?
Yeet.
I would never do that to you, my friends. Gilbert, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Kashari as well. Worthus as well. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. I would never do that. I would never do that. I need to see what happens. You're here. Good. I summoned you to discuss strategy, but first, I would apprise you of the Garlean's movements. Thank you for the gifted sub, Spaced Out. I appreciate the support. I feel a little bad. I hope that I didn't prompt you to do that by, like, the fake out stalling, but I wouldn't do that. Upon speaking with Raban, several cutscenes will play in sequence. You've been hurt too many times. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I wouldn't do that to you guys. I need to know what happens. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. I believe that this is the end of the expansion. There's so much to do. We have to throw wide the gates. We have to find our friends. We have to throw back the Empire, defeat the Asians, and kill Gaius. Probably?
There have been several skirmishes along the border, but as yet neither side has delivered a decisive blow. We had long assumed that the Garleans would overwhelm us in a straight fight, but we seem to be gaining ground, albeit slowly.
We're pushing them back.
As to why that might be, the most likely explanation is that they have yet to commit all their forces. Still, we're winning, and our latest intelligence suggests the Emperor has retreated back to Garlemald. In light of this, we're considering launching an offensive with the aim of pushing the front line forward and giving ourselves some room to breathe.
We love going on the offensive.
Commander! The Imperials! They've broken through our defenses to the east!
Never mind.
What?
Our scouts say their forces are being led by Lord Xenos. Lord Heian and Commander Hext have taken their troops to provide support, but we don't know how long they can hold out.
So, they've been biding their time, waiting for his arrival, have they? Very well. Send word to our allies, requesting reinforcements for the front line.
I literally can't even... I don't even know. Is this the 4th time I fight him?
Should the worst come to the worst, I may need to enter the fray myself.
Ooh, Pog.
But what of you? Do you still have the strength to fight?
Of course I have the strength to fight Xenos. No, you don't have to leave the Asian to me. We can fight him together.
Much obliged. Given the choice, I'd take you over 100 soldiers.
Well, obviously, I'm way prettier than 100 soldiers. Uh-oh.
Why won't they open? Please, I bid you open.
I don't know what you mean. Could you be more clear?
What's wrong? Is it the voice again?
Nod.
Are you sure you're in a fit state to do this?
As long as I don't have a vision in the middle of combat, it should be fine. Nod.
May Ralga grant us strength. Give 'em hell, lad. I, for my part, will defend this place to my dying breath.
Me too. It's your home. Meanwhile, at the border of Alamigo. Ian, don't do it. You're no match for him. What's happening? Holy shit, I'm Lord Ian? Holy moly, how cool is that? I get 4 buttons. Well... Charge!
Ready?
It auto combos for me too. It's almost like I'm playing a healer. Wait, he's not dotted. I thought I could dot him. It's cast? Samurai has a cast? One. 1.
This one's for you, Ida.
Wait. Man, I thought this was gonna be cool, but I'm just pushing 1. I thought these might go away. I was wrong. You're dying? Yeah, but there's nothing I can do about it. Neat. Can I kite him? I can kite him. Oh, interesting. Oh shit. Ian! Ian!
Here it comes.
Oh, I got Lise. How is that better?
The weave of a shinobi's power. The art of my forebears.
Oh, get him, Yugiri. Nice work. Holding my ground until Robin arrives to save the day. Please? Please! Give me some space! Please, please. We can share it. Ian's doing a good job. Look at him go.
Fall, fiend! Ah!
Hey.
You get it!
I don't think the sword hit him. He's fine.
Damn you!
Oh shit. That's the most she's ever done. Robin, you needed to be a little faster. Yuri? Lise? Ian? He's breathing.
Magic. With a Garlean body. That's hardly fair. Still, he must be stopped, no matter the cost.
You know, Robin's got some hips too.
Ah, bringer of light. It has been too long. No words to mark our reunion? So be it.
Do you not know by now that all we do is nod? Or not?
Equilibrium must be restored. And only your death will redress the balance.
Blah, blah, blah. You don't get to say these cool-looking lines. You already got your deathbed words. Also, Elderbus used to like me. What happened to not having any violence in you, Elderbus? He doesn't get it? Of course I get it. Understand what this is? Okay. Now it makes more sense. Just showing me the pattern. I bet I can't stand there. I bet that's a bad idea. I tried to dodge in the middle. There's no way that was gonna work. There's no way that was gonna work.
Yeah.
It looked like I could, but yeah, there was no way. That's a lot of balls you got there. Oh my god, I'm gonna get hit. Ow. Again. No, this is bad, this is bad, this is bad. Yikes!
I see.
Well, I mean, we defeated Xenos slash Asian, but it doesn't mean anything. He was already dead. If you can possess a dead body, you can possess a dead body. Yeah, that's what I thought. Like, you can't be deader than dead.
Your mother chose her champion well.
Hey, don't you dare talk about my mother.
Yet, for all your strength, you will still fail.
Oh, who could have seen that coming?
I beseech you.
Ah, someone calls to you. Too late, alas.
Well, shit.
At last, I found you. Please, there's no cause for alarm.
Well, there's a little cause for alarm. Because of your phone call, I may have had my head chopped
Though,
off.
I confess, this is not where I had intended to meet. But the place of our meeting is of no consequence, like the war you wage. Win or lose, the path you walk leads only to oblivion. The better path leads you here, to me. I have need of your strength.
I mean, there's no rush. Let's find out who he is first.
I'm afraid such questions will have to wait. We have precious little time, and your work is not yet done. Go to the Crystal Tower. I have left something for you near its base. It will serve as a beacon of sorts, one which I pray will help you on your journey. All you need do is find it. I will take care of the rest.
Doubt.
Soon, we will throw wide the gates. And the path to the first will be yours to walk at last.
How do we get here? What happened at the end of Xenos' attempted beheading?
You're awake. Thank heavens. I see you recall that much, at least.
Yeah, his sword coming at me was very memorable.
In the midst of your duel, it is said you faltered, and that the Crown Prince seized the opportunity to deliver a mortal blow. Yet before his blade could find its mark, he was distracted by the arrival of a second adversary who bore you away from the battlefield and into the hands of our chirurgeons.
Somebody saved us? Where is he?
Lest you wonder, he left before you awoke. As is his wont.
Where's our boy? We all know who saved me.
Estinian never was one for emotional farewells. Though Xenos bested all before him, the battle clearly took its toll, for he retreated shortly after your rescue. Seeing this, the remaining Imperial forces decided discretion was the better part of valor and pulled back, allowing us to re-establish our position. We have since received word of renewed unrest in the provinces, doubtless inspired by the efforts of the Eorzean Alliance and our Far Eastern allies.
Og.
Nor does the good news end there. We have also come into possession of intelligence suggesting unrest within the Imperial Court. This would certainly explain why both the Emperor and Lord Xenos appear to have abandoned the fight.
It's good.
A long-awaited ray of hope in these dark times. Yet to awake, I'm afraid. But please, concentrate on your own recovery for now. You have carried the hopes of some half-dozen nations, and we are all eternally grateful for your efforts. But no one is without their limits, not even you. Leave this fight to us, my friend. You have earned your rest. But before I forget...
Yes?
I was asked to deliver a message as soon as you awoke. A reminder that you are not alone, though many of your allies have fallen. When you are well and rested, you are to return home, where friends will be waiting for you. Now, if you will excuse me, I must return to the front. May we meet again soon, under happier circumstances.
Nod. We need to see our friends and find out what's going on at the Crystal Tower. My goodness, chat. Holy moly, I wasn't even looking at you guys. You need some bonks right now. This is a most unexpected surprise. I thought you can find a bed. It's our friend Count Edmund. When I heard you had collapsed on the field of battle, I confess I feared the worst. But with you standing here before me, I see now that the reports of your defeat were greatly exaggerated. Thank the Fury. As long as we have you, Master Gelson, history suggests we have a fighting chance. Speaking of fighting, you may be surprised to hear that the war's effects can already be felt here, in Ishgard. In anticipation of a need for reinforcements, Artois-Rel will soon be departing for the front lines with a contingent of our finest knights. I would advise you to stay until your strength had returned, but I know it would be an exercise in futility. Yeah, Edmund's not our dad, he's our friend and semi-adopted family. A good friend. Indeed, I suspect you have already decided on your next destination. Dark days lie ahead, of that I have no doubt. But the light of hope shall ever guide our steps so long as we have the will to press onward. And press onward we must. Farewell, my friend. I pray our next meeting will be under happier circumstances. This music, man. This music. Too many memories. Yeah, the music isn't fair. You're right. The music is just directly programmed into my heartstrings now. Hello, Tataru. Hello, Hori.
By the 12! I don't believe it!
Oh.
I rushed back as soon as I could. I swear, my heart nearly stopped when I heard you'd collapsed like the others. What in heaven's name is going on?
She loves me more than everyone else. I love her at most the same as everyone else.
Win or lose, the path you walk leads only to oblivion. Oh, well, that's helpful. And what else did he say? The better path leads to him? If his is the voice you've all been hearing, perhaps the others are with him.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think so.
Sir Emmerich said the fighting had reached a stalemate, didn't he? But if that monster masquerading as Xenos comes back... Thancred, Y'shtola, Urianger, Alphino, Alize... You're going to need all of them on your side to defeat him.
True.
And I forbid you from going to face him on your own. Do you hear me?
Oh. Very cute.
So if you must leave, go and find the others. Bring them home.
I'm gonna give her a nod. I can feel it coming. There it is. You're welcome, Tataru. That's the emotional depth you've come to expect from Robin.
As for where to start, you said the stranger had left a beacon for you at the Crystal Tower, right? But how are you to find it now that the tower has been sealed shut? There has to be a way. If anyone would know, it's Sid and the researchers of St. Coinac's Find. Don't you worry, we'll find that beacon for you.
You have a second nod. Meanwhile...
I pray you have good reason for abandoning the front.
Ditto?
How could I remain there while the rumor that my son is possessed by a demon spreads like a sickness here at home? I will not be made to fight for the throne a second time. But what of you? Did you not tell me you would destroy Eorzea's champion with the ease that one might swat a fly?
A minor setback. He will not escape me again. Where is your grandsire? I would have words with him.
I was wondering if you knew. You do know.
How should I know? Do you hide from each other's sight as well? I imagine he's doing what all Ascians do.
He must have found a way to take advantage of this turmoil.
Men are not pawns to be played with, Ascian. You underestimate us at your peril.
This war will not be decided by you and yours. Man must choose his own fate, and I, for my part, will do all within my power to see Garlemald emerge victorious.
Yeah, whatever.
Pray forgive the intrusion, Your Radiance, but the requested preparations are now complete. We stand ready to begin production of Black Rose upon your order.
Uh-oh. Hello? Oh. Monka. So is that a yes, or is that a no? Is that a... You want me to come back later? You want, You survived Stormblood? I did, kind of. In shambles, though. Let him reflect. Yeah, I'm thinking... Don't worry, we'll do the trailer. But this is like a... The trailer, like the credits for me are a perfect unwind, decompress, process to really good music moment. We're gonna watch the credits for a little while and think. But we're gonna watch the trailer. And then it was a big surprise the first time. It was a pretty big surprise the second time. But at this juncture, I believe I should probably proceed to the next city before turning off stream. I have that feeling. Just to maybe pre-watched a little bit as to that. You ever recovered from Gaius? Gaius put me in shambles. Gaius put me in Omega shambles. I think that overall, this expansion was really good. The base Stormblood political story of resistance and rebellion and fighting off our imperial oppressors was a really cool story, and I enjoyed the hell out of it. but it was excessively diluted and delayed by unnecessary, useless filler, which detracted from the overall joy of that story. Cannot deny that. The remainder was largely action-packed. I can't really complain about filler in the post-Stormblood story. It was action-packed the whole way through, raising some very interesting questions about identity and personhood and guilt and what it means to be you with our various, what I might call redemption, but instead I will call resurrection storylines. I didn't particularly enjoy the death fake-outs of Gosetsu or Yatsuyu, but I did very much enjoy Yatsuyu's near redemption. And I think that I was probably unfair about the end of her story when her parents, once again being giant sacks of dicks, threatened to sell her and she almost killed herself and then decided to embrace the her that she remembered. I may have been unfair when I said that that wasn't a worthwhile storyline, because I think that her trial, the encounter itself, fleshed that story out a lot, with her confronting the ghosts of her past, those that have tormented her, those that have attempted to redeem her. I think that added a lot of depth, and I think in light of that, I was unfair. I still don't know whether she actually became the same evil, sadistic woman that she had been before a castle fell on her, or if she remembered it and her despair at having been that person that drove her nearly to a suicide, believing that no one should be forced to live with her, to literally put herself out of Gosetsu's misery, drove her to adopt it again as a way of getting more revenge on those who have tormented her. It's possible that there's room for more depth there than I initially read. Either way, I cannot argue that it was an enormously thought-provoking storyline that prompted a lot of really good discussions with chat, and that I will never forget. The next set of quests dealing with our continued war against the Empire. How to maintain the freedom of Doma and Alamigo, encourage the freedom of other provinces, and in general combat not only their oppressive nature, but as it is later revealed, their world-destructive nature. Kind of felt like it was a return to the good story of base Stormblood, where Yatsuyu's story felt like a diversion or a detour. We are a little bit back to the politics of freeing oppressed peoples and keeping them free, with an additional dose of holy shit, the Empire is Ascian. And not just like a little bit Ascian anymore, but just wearing them like a glove to try to batter their way to their goals. Where before, it was more like a puppet. It seems in retrospect that the Empire's policies of conquest and oppression and enslavement, essentially, was all designed to do what the Eorzean city-states do to the beast tribes, creating despair and desperation and a need to call upon more powerful forces in order to encourage the summoning primals and destabilize various regions. But now, possibly because of Robin's involvement as Warrior of Light, they're no longer willing to use the Empire merely as a puppet to cause more chaos and destabilization. They want to use the Empire as a bludgeon against Robin specifically. We have got to get rid of you. And it left way more questions open than it answered, obviously. I mean, obviously it's a big lead into the next expansion. Now I have a good idea what at least the initial next expansion is going to be about. Continued conflict with the Empire, not any longer as merely a political, we need to resist tyranny, but also as a, yo, these guys are kind of trying to destroy the world. I'm not Abbott, thank you for the Prime sub. Azur, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. I really appreciate it. Sylph, thank you very much for the 5. And Rain, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Overlord, I also appreciate your sub. And Anonymous with 5 more gifted subs. Thank you so much for all the support. I'm glad you guys enjoyed the stream. I certainly did. This was a very, very fun stream. The last several hours, I was going to say a couple hours, but I think it's been several now. They've just dropped so much stuff on me. A lot of mind-blowing information at once. Yeah, non-stop lore bombs. It was crazy. I knew you'd be alright, and to celebrate your return, I made you a brand new traveling outfit. Okay. Now is not the time to fuss over your measurements. I must go and speak with the researchers of St. Quenix Find. You go and rest while we track down the beacon. We'll try the close on tomorrow. Hello.
My enemy. My friend. Had I been but a step faster.
Bloody savages!
A pity your hunt leads you elsewhere. Not that I am surprised. May you find joy in it. Grow stronger, more savage, and savor every triumph. In the meantime, I will reclaim that which is rightfully mine.
What? What the fuck? I mean, that was obviously the actual persona of Xenos. My best friend. My best enemy. I just can't believe that somehow I killed Xenos and we ended up with 2 motherfucking Xenoses! Oh. And I feel like I've seen that exact guy before, and I don't remember where. I saw that hood. I saw that guy. I saw that guy. There was a cinematic about him. We had no idea what it was. He got a helicopter. I'd forgotten about that because nothing happened. It was just a loose end. So is he an Ascian as well? Is he... I know it doesn't care about the Ascian agenda. Oh my god, how do you kill any bad guys in this game ever? I killed Xenos, there are 2 Xenoses. I killed Gaius, there's Gaius. SCBA. Good news, Robin. We've had a stroke of luck on our search for the beacon. Apparently our colleagues have stumbled across a hidden path leading down into the hollows and around the base of the crystal tower. Hidden path. A path I doubt we'd ever have found had the Ironworks and the Suns not added their numbers to the party. Thanks to them, we have eager eyes aplenty down there, checking under rocks and peering into every nook and cranny. Guys, oh my god, chat. Holy moly. Guys, put away your hats. I see you. I promise I see you. I gather that I should watch the trailer next. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to finish this real quick and then I'll watch the trailer. It appears that that is the unanimous belief of the chat. Sounds like there's a lot of ground to cover. Alright. I can either agree to go help cheerfully or agree to go help grumpily. My thoughts exactly. The sooner we find this beacon, the sooner you can travel to wherever it is this mysterious voice is coming from. And the sooner we can work out how to help our friends. We have to find a way to wake them up before the Empire comes calling again, meaning we have no time to lose. I agree. I agree. This guy seems like he's not a bad guy. We should check out the beacon. There's a boat in North Silvertier waiting to ferry people to the site, so let's be on our way. Well, man, imagine this. I'm actually questing with Tataru on my side. I'm not sure this has happened since the carbuncle incident. Alright guys, I'm gonna watch the trailer and then log back in and then continue until I get to... Well, I think I'll know it when I see it. There will probably be some people there. Alright. Oh my god, guys. Look how far I've come. Our alliance against the Empire. This is the battlefield.
How many years have come and gone since that day? How many years have I waited for this moment? For the one that stood alone against the storm. For the one they called.
Right now.
What sayest thou, Master Matoya? We may accept this fate or defy it, but we cannot deny it.
Deny? I am not wont to run from my troubles. Until our friend returns, I will hold the line.
This town certainly has changed, and not at all for the better.
Holy shit. You're upgraded.
I promise you, Minfilia. This tragedy, greater even than the seventh umbral calamity, must be undone. If history must be omitted,
Did she step on him?
you must.
Holy shit. That was by far the most intense trailer they've done. That music was so good and that action just never stopped. I saw Minfilia chat, don't even worry about it. I knew she was coming back. She promised. That trailer was non-stop action. It just didn't stop. I think I'm gonna watch it again. I think I'm gonna do the quests right now until I get to a place where I'll recognize when I'm there, and then I'm gonna watch it again. Maybe on YouTube. Maybe the sound volume will be a little better mixed on YouTube. Okay, but first, let's go see what's happening with the Crystal Tower. Wow. Oh my god, it's Sussy Robin. Oh, at least you're not wearing that unspeakable outfit that you used to wear. Oh my god. This isn't okay. Nope, not that one. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. No. Can't. I can't. I can't with that one. Sussy Robin, that's not okay. Yeah, I need to remember to try on the new clothes we got. But that'll be tomorrow. First, the St. Koinic Ferryman. Heading to the survey site, sir. It's on the eastern shore of the lake, and the swiftest way there is by boat. Why are you flying? You guys have seen enough of the ambiance of this region. You know. I can't believe Tataro's actually out here in the wild.
Look how many people there are! Should we get to it then? Pick up anything that seems the least bit device-like, and we'll make ourselves a pile.
Well, if it isn't the hero of the hour, maybe you'll change our look. We've found bugger all without you.
I'm sure we'll find it.
Biggs! Wedge!
Wigs. Bedge.
Aye, aye. Well, we could hardly say no to a call for aid from the Scions. Jesse called it the chief of some other business, so
No, I
we'll be
didn't.
working twice as hard to make up for his not being here.
Thrice as hard, even.
Thank you, both of you. I'm sure we'll find that beacon in no time.
I'm not seeing anything out here. Do you reckon you could squeeze in there, Wedge?
And get stuck halfway? No, thank you.
I could try if you like.
Oh my god. I'm almost this is bigger than Ashen Empire. This is bigger than Gaius Resurrection. This is bigger than two Xenos. Tataru is gonna do something. What is even happening?
Tataru, no! We couldn't ask you to do that.
Oh, I'll be fine. This receptionist is not afraid to get her hands dirty.
This receptionist.
Sorry, I meant to say, The scholars haven't finished their preliminary assessment of the site yet, so we're not supposed to venture too far in. What's that you got there? Now that looks promising.
Isn't that the Ironworks symbol? Counterfeiters?
Oh no.
Now I have you.
You are right.
What's happening?
Stay
Meanwhile,
with me. Focus on my voice. Let expanse contract. Eon become instant.
Wait, this must be it. The device. Oh, this is supposed to happen.
Throw wide the gates that we may pass.
Oh, safe journey, warrior of light. Find our friends and bring them home.
Tara's like, this is fine. See you later. I'm glad she's confident. Mommy! I hear speaking. Okay, these are a lot of different fragments of memory.
You're slaves to a tyrant. There's no freedom in that.
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you. Go!
Spirited accounts always comes in welcome.
We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this.
Your time has not yet come.
I think that's... Oh my.
From endless dreams I awake.
What?
Something vague, yet urgent, calls me to action once more.
Is Robin talking? Why was I out laying in the woods? How long have I been asleep? What happened to the...
Rare to meet someone out here who's not a peddler themselves. What brings you into the wilds this time of night?
Is that the same guy?
Well, if it ain't the oldest joke in the book. Me granddad, God rest his soul, used to tell that one to the barman at kicking out time. And when, pray tell, did we last have a dark night? You rotten old drunk, you, he'd reply.
Yeah. What happened to your wagon?
Over 100 bleeding years ago, that's when. You got that look down to a T. I'd almost think you meant it. Ah, got to you, did they? Poor beggar. That explains it then.
Maybe to you. Maybe explain it to me.
Well, I've roads to travel and wares to sell, but you'd best hurry along to the town nearby. Just head east through the trees and aim for the Shining Tower. You'll find the place soon enough. 'Tis the biggest settlement for malms around. Go on now, friend. They'll take good care of you in the Crystarium. Dizzying heights it rises, the gleaming spire, its tip threatening to pierce the blinding canopy. There, it will all begin anew, between dark and light, the pure and the corrupt, the one true struggle.
Hey.
Halt!
You're a bunny girl.
Every face in this city I know. Yours, I do not. This is the threshold of the Crystarium, stranger, and I am its gatekeeper. If you would enter, you will answer my questions. From where do you hail?
What'll you say if I say Gridania?
Do you take me for a fool? No such place exists.
What is going on?
Had you given me an honest answer, I would not have barred your way. We care little here for a person's place of origin. But instead, you chose concealment. And I will not suffer you to pass. That one had eaten. It must have gulped down the whole hand, ring and all.
Gross. Oh. Rip.
Everything all right, Captain?
Quite all right, my lord. Just a stray sin eater, and a weak one at that.
I see. Weak or not, we should be on the lookout for more. But I see you've met my guest. I will escort him to the Crystarium myself, if you've no objections.
Another of your mysterious friends, is it? I should have known. Very well. I'll inform the others your guest is to be given the run of the city.
I get in even though I said I'm from a place that doesn't exist. Because this guy knows me.
Pray forgive my less than cordial welcome. May the rest of your stay with us be a pleasant one.
I am so
come with me.
With Robin's expression right there.
You have when we are somewhere more private.
I'm just right there with Robin's expression. That was me. No nod, no smile, just what the ever living fuck is going on?
Right then, before we plunge into the wheres and wherefores, let me first thank you for answering my summons.
Did I? Did you rip me here through God knows what with that beacon? Is that what throwing the gates open means?
I had intended to bring you directly to my personal quarters, but I fear my aim was slightly off. That you are still able to make the crossing unharmed is a great relief.
That you?
And so, we come to the question of where. The realm in which you now find yourself belongs to one of the 13 reflections, or shards. The first, to be precise, even if its inhabitants are largely oblivious to the fact. As to wherefore, having been awarded the rather grandiose title of Crystal Exarch, I, in my capacity as caretaker of the Crystarium, thought to seek the aid of you and your companions.
Companions are here?
Ah, that's... is a question with no simple answer. But all shall be explained in due course, I promise you. Let us begin with the glaring skies up above. Here in the First, the world has been all but consumed by primordial light. It began a century ago, by this realm's reckoning. A luminous flood swallowing everything in its path. More than 9/10 of this star was lost. And the fortunate few who survived are hounded by abominations born of that catastrophe even now. Sin Eaters, we call them. The creature you saw earlier was one such monstrosity.
Okay.
It was to save the First from this menace that I learned to bridge the rift between worlds. That I might call upon the aid of the greatest of heroes.
Yeah, I kind of thought you were talking about my world. And I thought opening the gates meant you were going to come to my world.
Though it meant depriving a world of its champion, I had to try. For in saving the First, you would bring salvation to the Source as well.
Huh.
But what manner of host harangues his guests in the middle of the road? Let us continue our talk within the Crystarium.
Well. So, I'm in another world. As are my companions in some way or another. I wonder if my body's laying there in the mines.
Vibrant city. The sole sanctuary for the living in a world all but resigned to oblivion. Each stone was laid with hope. The town itself a symbol, a monument to defiance in the face of death. No would-be hero could fail to answer its call. For who among us does not yearn for salvation?
No, they tricked me. I thought we were getting help from my world. I think I could have possibly, refused its call. I just got tricked. Oh my god. Hello, my friends. That is so many people. Oh my goodness. Thank you, everyone. I don't even know, guys. This is so amazing. It's incredible that you can get this many people that excited about someone new going through the story is a testament to the amazingness of this game. Thank you, everyone. It is really cool that this game has this. It's so cool. Totally not a cult. No, just an unbelievably wholesome community. It's so amazing to see like stuff like this. It's an expression of how good the community in this game is. It's an expression, to a certain extent, of how cool the community that wanders from stream to stream, watching MSQs over and over and over again is. It feels really good to be welcomed to a new piece of the story like this. One day you'll join us, yeah, I might. Why do you guys keep talking about weather? It's bright out there. You'll join us for the Scribe MSQ? I might, yeah, I might. I see a sun. I don't get it, guys. Oh no, the moaning has begun again. It was the text? You guys are that excited about saying Everlight? Yeah, it's bright out. I get it. Holy moly. I saw what it said. Is that the whole thing? I tried to click on it. That's the whole thing? You guys dragged me into this. I guess now I know the bit. There's always some idiots moaning. Listen, I don't get to hear this often enough. You guys think I'm playing the MSQ for the story, but the reality is that each time I finish an expansion, I'm rewarded with more of this than I've heard in my entire life. Here we are. Welcome, my friends, to the Crystarium. Oh my god, is this the music for the expansion? We got to listen to that. Alright guys, I think it's time to watch the trailer again. I need to watch the trailer once more. The other trailers for Final Fantasy were good. They were interesting, they were inspiring, but this one was just on a whole different level. This trailer seemed insane. Non-stop action, really good music, so many teasers that I need to like process. Typing some stuff. I wish we could have chat bubbles so you could see, but I'm telling everyone here, in case they're not in the stream, that I'm going to log off and watch the trailer now. I'm just saying, not that there are chat bubbles, but if God saw fit to add as a base feature accessible to everyone in the game, PC and console, the ability to see what other people are saying in the world around you, that'd be a nice feature. But I will patiently wait until the day that he does. Okay. Let's see. I've been DM'd a trailer to watch. You have to make a choice coming up on a path to take, ignore chat, ignore mods, choose whichever sounds best to you. I think that may have been in reference to something else. Pause the trailer real quick. Drag it onto the main screen. I don't check DMs very often, guys, so I may have missed what that was in reference to by quality on max. All right. Volume on max. That's such a beautiful, beautiful piece of music.
How many years have come and gone since that day? How many years have I waited for this moment? For the one that stood alone against the storm. For the one they called. The warrior of light. What sayest thou, Master Matoya? We may accept this fate, or defy it, but we cannot deny it.
Deny? I am not wont to run from my troubles. Until our friend returns, I will hold the line.
This town certainly has changed, and not at all for the better. I'm not going anywhere. I promise you, Minfilia. Greater even than the seventh umbral calamity, must be undone. If history must be unwritten, let it be unwritten. What you must. Become the warrior of darkness.
Oh my god. I'm not gonna lie, chat. I teared up a little bit with Minfilia coming back. Turn on the webcam. I don't have one right now. Become the warrior of darkness. Yeah, they alluded to time travel, and I have to wonder. The first time I saw the trailer, I wondered if we were seeing the past with Thancred taking care of Minfilia as a child, but it doesn't really make sense. I don't know how we see young Master Toya either. Can't tell if Y'shtola's in this world with us or if she's saying, I will hold back the darkness in our world while we're working in this one. Some kind of giant angel monster. And if necessary, we become the warrior of darkness somehow? Lots of questions, but it doesn't really matter what the answers are. It's just really cool to see that many illusions alluding to like that many different storylines. Still a little messed up. I don't know. I don't know if you guys know. Minfilia is so good. She didn't deserve to die. She believed in us. I really hope that she is actually coming back. I know I meme about it, but it's so strange how they dealt with her being gone and then us not really rescuing her, and then we like talked to her and there was never any closure. There was never any... I've been in a state of not knowing about Minfilia for it feels like years now. As we've done so much in the world. She needs to be alive. You love Minfilia so much. I do too. She's a very important character. I teared up when I saw her. Yours was a week. Think about those who waited for years. Are you? This isn't a contest. Are you trying to diminish my grief because it's only a week ago instead of years for you? Are you? What about me and my loss? It's always a contest. Can't tell if he's being sarcastic. I'm not being that sarcastic. No. Are you? Oh my god, this trailer is just on a different level. All of the trailers were really good, but this trailer is on a different level. It's so fast. There's so much happening. The music is unbelievably good. And it's good that they're not doing any suspense, right? We already did an ARR. We already did the all our friends are gone. Fade to white. Don't know if they're coming back. It's good that they're not redoing that. We saw Thengrid. We saw Y'shtola. Oh, man. I think I'm going to watch it again, guys. Will you judge me too much if I watch it again? I've missed a few things, Azura. Thank you so much for the 20 gifted subs. I really appreciate it, my friend. Turvo, thank you for the sub. Bashil with another 10 gifted subs. Colonel Bismarck, thank you for the prime sub. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the stream. Oh my goodness, Mike. Mike is here. Mike, I don't even know if I can describe to you how much torture it is to see you streaming in the morning and not be able to click and say hi because the odds are very high that you're going to be watching something that would be a spoiler, or even sometimes talking about what I've been watching. Delving into it, we've got to talk about these expansions when I'm done. In another couple of days, probably. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs, Mike. I really appreciate it. Lemon, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. And Azur, thank you so much for the subs. I'm glad that you guys are enjoying the stream. I'm glad that you guys are enjoying the content. I love streaming this with you. This is... This is the most emotionally invested I've been in a story ever, I think. I have to watch this again. I'm going to do it slightly lower volume. This music is just so beautiful.
many years have come and gone since that day? How many years have I waited for this moment? For the one that stood alone against the storm. For the one they called. Of light.
It's the third time I've watched this and the third time I've gotten chills. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna admit, I don't get the gremlin. I don't understand. He's a little bit weird, it seems. Yeah.
What sayest thou, Master Matoya? We may accept this fate, or defy it, but we cannot deny it.
Deny? I am not wont to run from my troubles. Until our friend returns, I will hold the line.
This town certainly has changed, and not at all for the better. I'm not going anywhere. I promise you, Minfilia.
Oh my god, it's happening again. It's not even just for me. Tancred needs Minfilia back
greater
too.
even than the seventh umbral calamity, must be undone. If history must be unwritten, let it be unwritten.
Oh my god, Chad. If it weren't already so late, I just want to keep going. I need to find out what happened right now. Guys, I'm going to start tomorrow at 5 in the morning, US Central Time, noon European Time. And I do not promise that it'll be a weenie stream like today's. I can't promise that. I hope you guys are ready because I can't promise it's going to be a little short stream like today's was. I need to find out what happens with Minfilia. I don't think I'm going to stop until I do. I'm gonna. Oh my god. I don't know. I'm in a wreck, guys. Today was just nonstop hammers to my fucking soul. Xenos is alive. No, Xenos is dead, and Ascian is wearing Xenos' body. No, JK. Also, Xenos is alive. Gaius is alive? What? Gaius is alive? And a good guy, and hunting Ascians, which, by the way, are behind the Empire? This whole time? And how did I never even imagine that that could be true? And now some other world is calling to open the gates so that we can help them because they're being inundated with light and they're in danger of a calamity. Whilst meanwhile the Empire is planning to unleash calamities upon our world. I don't know. I don't think I've ever been this shambled in my life. maybe streaming MSQ for 12 hours a day is too damaging to my emotional health. You can only absorb so much in one day. And this all happened to me today. I'm gonna go. Listen, let me say thank you to everyone who subbed, and then I'm gonna go for a long walk, and then I'm gonna get some sleep, and then in about 12 hours, I'm gonna turn the stream back on. Bonfire, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Midhalt, thank you for the sub. Bashiel with 5 more gifted subs, and Azor with 10 more. Thank you all so much for the support. I'm glad you guys enjoying the stream. I can't imagine not having done this with you guys. I don't want to go to bed. I want to play, but I will. I need to think. I'm going to take a long walk and then get some sleep. And then you better be on time. There will be no stalling tomorrow. Like normally I give you guys 10 minutes to show up. I'm sorry. I'm starting immediately at 5 a.m. You get no stalling. You get no wake up time. I have to find out what happens. My friends, this game is unbelievable. This story is incredible. I think I've told you guys before that there are a couple, there are 1 or 2 movies out there that have made me cry. And there are 1 or 2 books out there that have made me cry. And I think I've given you an example of 1 or 2 of them. I've never been so emotionally invested in a story like this before. Just the trailer had me tearing up at the possibility that Minfilia may be back. And I've memed about this with you guys, and it's a fun little meme, and oh, the holy copiums, oh, she's dead. But It's not entirely me. She has to be alive. Thancred needs her to be alive. I need her to be alive.